请
Now let's give the floor to Mr. Xu Haigen, the moderator for today's Subforum. Distinguished Vice Governor, Mr. Zhang Zhili, Director General, Mr. Cui Shuhong, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good afternoon. Today we are holding Subforum 2, Mainstream Ecological Conservation and Biodiversity Conservation, with the main purpose on discussing the top-level design of mainstream biodiversity protection guided by ecological conservation, and we're going to share best practices of domestic and international biodiversity conservation and helping all the parties to jointly promote the building of a community of shared future for man and nature. Now I'm going to introduce the guests. Vice Governor of Yunnan Province, Mr. Zhang Zhili, Mr. Cui Shuhong, Director General of Department of Natural Ecology Protection under MEE, Mr. Wei Fuwen, Academician of CES, and Mr. Wang Jianhua, Council of National Forestry and Grassland Administration, Mr. Zhao Keqiang, from Nanjing Environmental Director of the Nanjing Institute of Environmental Science of MEE, and Mr. Ren Hai, Director of South China Botanic Garden of CES. Also, we have many guests online, including Ahmad Said, Vice President of Asian Development Bank, and Aniruddha Dasgupta, Vice President and CEO of WRI, and Mr. Ma Keping, Chairman of Asian Membership Committee of IUCN. We also have many scholars of universities, home and abroad, also friends from the media. And there are many representatives joining us, both online and offline. On behalf of the organizer of the Subforum, I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you. The program of this Subforum consists of 4 agenda items. First, remarks from our guests. Second, keynote speeches. Third, dialogues and exchanges under 3 topics, namely the concept of ecological conservation and global biodiversity conservation, progress and practice on mainstreaming biodiversity conservation and wetlands, livelihoods, and mainstreaming biodiversity conservation. And last, we will have some concluding remarks. Now let's first give the floor to the Vice Governor of Yunnan Province, Mr. Zhang Zhili. Distinguished guests, leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me a great pleasure to attend this Subforum together with all of you to discuss ecological civilization and mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation. We're going to jointly discuss ecological governance and biodiversity conservation and further enhance biodiversity conservation across the world. On behalf of Yunnan Province and the 47 million people of this province, to extend the warmest welcome to all the guests. Yunnan is located in the southwest of China. To its north is the Tibetan Plateau. It is across 3 biodiversity hotspots. The highest elevation is 4,700 meters. It has included almost all kinds of different ecological systems. It is the kingdom of animals, flora and fauna. It is the most important biodiversity shield in the southwest of China. It has many specific species and also has a fragile ecosystem. With so diverse ecological system and so many species, Yunnan Province has vigorously implemented Xi Jinping thought on ecological conservation and implemented the concept of the large mountains, the lucid waters are our invaluable assets. We put ecological conservation as the most important content for us to be the pace settler of ecological conservation, implemented this concept in all the areas of our economic and social development. First, we have included biodiversity conservation as a KPI for the appraisal of the government officials. And also, we have put it into a framework of strategic framework and environmental protection framework. We have established biodiversity conservation foundations, encouraging the private sector to participate. Third, we have promote the communities and the general public to take part in our efforts. We encourage all the people to join hands with us in the form of code of conduct in different villages and seriously punish any malpractice of jeopardizing our environment. We have encouraged the public to as important part of our forces. We have included the knowledge of biodiversity conservation into the training sessions for our cadets, and also have the public awareness promotion events, creating an environment that everyone is a member of this community of protecting ecological civilization as well as biodiversity. All these indigenous ethnic groups in Yunnan, in their long history, have created many diverse and unique traditions and culture. Many of them have their origin in nature and also are blooming together with the nature. Yunnan province will adhere to the unity of man and nature and continues to carry out our efforts led by the government and the entities, market entities being the main players, to mainstream biodiversity in the ecological and civilization and social development. I believe the outcomes of this subforum will very effectively promote the mainstreaming of biodiversity protection in countries and among peoples to build a prosperous world as well as a shared destiny of all lives on nature. I wish the forum a great success. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Governor, for your wonderful remarks. Now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Cui Shuhong, Director General of the Department of Natural Ecology Protection under Ministry of Ecology and Environment. Dear Vice Governor, Academician Wei Fuwen, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good afternoon. I'm very happy to join all the old friends and new ones in Kunming to attend the Ecological Conservation Forum, a parallel event of the COP15, Ecological Civilization and Mainstreaming of Biodiversity Conservation. On behalf of the Nature and Ecological Protection Department of MEE, I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to all the representatives of the Chinese Research Institutes, enterprises, social organizations, and the media. I also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the friends who have been cared for and supported the cause of biodiversity conservation in China. When we have a sound biodiversity, we would have a great civilization. China has great wisdom in biodiversity conservation. We believe that all the things in the universe is equal. So this has embodied our original biodiversity conservation concept. And this forum is under the theme of building ecological conservation, building a shared community for all life on Earth. And this subforum is under the title of Mainstreaming Biodiversity. We will focus on the top design of this effort, and we're going to share the best practices both home and abroad, join our hands to curb the trend of biodiversity loss. I hope that all the speakers can speak up freely to give your recommendations and suggestions for global biodiversity conservation. Ladies and gentlemen, biodiversity conservation is about the livelihood of humanity. In recent years, under the guidance of Xi Jinping thought on ecological conservation, China has strengthened its efforts in biodiversity conservation with practical actions to achieve the 3 objectives of CBD. First, we have strengthened the top-level design and incorporated biodiversity conservation into national economic and social development planning. Recently, we just released the opinions on further strengthening biodiversity conservation, and this will enhance our efforts to mainstream biodiversity conservation. Second, we will have then an integrated and systematic protection system for these mountains, waters, forests, fields, grasslands, and deserts. And third, we have set a red line mechanism which will focus on the building of natural parks. We will make sure that the key species will be protected. Fourth, we increase people's awareness and encourage the private sector to participate in biodiversity conservation. I believe that some of you may have noticed that biodiversity conservation has already become a very trendy topic in China. The journey of the Asian elephants in Yunnan, and we will notice that the downlisting of the giant panda from endangered to be vulnerable, and there are frequent appearance on the showing up of snow leopards in the Sanjiangyuan natural parks. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is now undergoing unprecedented changes in a century, and we now have entered the decade of action of these convention's global objectives. We don't have much time to achieve our goals. When we join our efforts, all the summit can be crossed. So we will continue to mainstream biodiversity conservation and innovate the approaches, join hands with all the parties to create a better future with greater biodiversity. I wish the forum a great success. Thank you. Thank you, DG, Mr. Shu. Now, I will give the floor to Mr. Huang Jianhua, Counsel from National Forestry and Grassland Administration. Dear Vice Governor, Academician Wei, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you and welcome to attend this forum. Mainstreaming of biodiversity has always received great attention from the Chinese government and scientific community. Since 1992, the accession of China into CBD, biodiversity has become an important part of China's political, economic, social, and cultural, as well as ecological development, which includes enterprises, communities, and the public who have all contributed a lot in biodiversity conservation. We have enacted the law of wildlife protection, regulations on protection of wild plants, forest law, etc., etc. And recently, we just updated the list of wild fauna and flora under state key protection. We have also included biodiversity in the report of CPC National Congress and the National 14th Five-Year Plan for Development China has formulated a series of development plan and implementation programs incorporated biodiversity conservation into our work. And also, we have included biodiversity in some key research fields supported by the state. China's biodiversity is improving. The lucid water and large mountains of invaluable assets have been deeply rooted in the hearts of people. All kinds of wildlife populations increased dramatically. However, we need to be clearly aware that the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation is an important guarantee to promote sustainable development of China, and it also requires huge amount of input from the government, science, technology, and human resources. China is one of the countries with the richest biodiversity in the world. In recent years, we have improved the legislation system and management system for wildlife protection. We have effectively protected 90% of the vegetations and terrestrial ecosystems, 65% of the higher plant communities, and 85% of the key protected wild animal populations.
There are many various species of those rarely protected species have been protected. Also, as you can see, that China has a variety of wild animals, including 7,300 vertebrates, among which the giant panda, the South China tiger, the golden monkey, etc., for which the giant panda has increased for as many as 3,000, for which we also have seen the increase in various wild animals, including up to now, hundreds of rare and endangered wild animals have established stable population in China. In particular, the wild population of the giant panda, which we have mentioned before, has increased to 1,864. The wild and artificially bred population of crested ibis has exceeded 5,000. The wild population of Asian elephants has increased to over 300, and the wild population of chiru has recovered to more than 300,000. China is also one of the richest countries in terms of plant biodiversity, with about 36,512 higher plants, accounting for about 10% of the world's total, according to the largest data from the Institute of Botany, China's CAS. As we can see, that China is reaching endemic plants, for which, as we can see, we see the high value of such species. As we can see that by taking these efforts into our protection of those rare species, it is very important for us in promoting China into a richer country. Ladies and gentlemen, as we can see that the protection of biodiversity is also the core value of the development of the world. The biodiversity, conservation, and sustainable development are the mainstream of global future development. The rich biodiversity is the promise of ecological civilization construction. It is also one of the guarantee of human survival and development. China will make unlimited efforts to promote ecological progress and realize a global community with a shared future for mankind. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for a wonderful speech. Now we're going to invite Ahmed Said, the Vice President of Asian Development Bank, to present us online. So let's enjoy the video on the screen. 尊敬的各位领导、各位同仁，大家下午好！非常荣幸能够机会参加我们这次的会议。我们大家也都知道，这个地球的生物的多样性对我们来说
the variety and variability of life on Earth as the very definition of biodiversity. If there's a single thing that makes absolutely clear that narrow monetary measures of growth and progress are far too constrained, it is our incalculably valuable, globally shared heritage of biodiversity. There is no development without biodiversity, and after years of struggle, it is good to see the international community has started to recognize the importance of the subject, which is, after all, one of the most important reasons why we worry about things like climate change. I congratulate the Ministry of Ecology and Environment of the People's Republic of China the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Yunnan provincial government, and all other key agencies for organizing this incredibly important Ecological Civilization Forum. ADB is deeply committed to this agenda and looks forward to providing you support and to being your partner on biodiversity. I genuinely wish I could have been there in person to demonstrate my commitment, but unfortunately the ongoing COVID pandemic does not permit this. And while I happen to be speaking from a long distance away, I feel my thoughts and perspectives converge closely to yours on the importance of ecological development. As we discuss how to move forward on the forum's vital agenda, I want to recall ADB's historical support and advocacy for biodiversity. The Coral Triangle Initiative on coral reefs, fisheries, and food security in Southeast Asia and the Pacific is just one example. The Greater Mekong Subregion Climate Change and Environmental Sustainability Program is another. In 2019, ADB launched the Action Plan for Healthy Oceans and Sustainable Blue Economies to scale up $5 billion of commitments in recognition that investments in ocean health are necessary to achieving a resilient and prosperous Asia-Pacific. Looking back, we are particularly proud of our work on the first global partnership on integrated ecosystem management in the degraded land areas in the PRC from 2009 to 2017. We also helped prepare the first country biodiversity partnership framework. Here in Yunnan, a global biodiversity hotspot and the most biodiversity-rich province of the PRC, from 2012 to 2014, ADB jointly prepared the first biodiversity strategy and action plan. This provided a strong science-based platform to develop conservation targets and improve management of protected areas. The trainings and application of strategic environment assessments in Yunnan and neighboring provinces helped avert significant biodiversity loss. Let me now highlight two further areas of ADB support for biodiversity conservation in the PRC. First is our support for environmentally sustainable development for the two largest river basins in the PRC, the Yangtze and Yellow River basins. Under the Yangtze River Economic Belt, we support projects to address the integrated issues of development and water resources protection. And building on this, we launched the Yellow River Ecological Corridor Initiative. This aims to build strategic partnerships for ecological protection, strengthen biodiversity institutions, and introduce innovative approaches and advanced technology for sustainable green development. Second is our support for wetland conservation and management. Asia's wetlands support global biodiversity and critical ecosystems, but many of these systems are under severe stress. Our support for wetlands conservation in the People's Republic of China and the region is growing. Here in the PRC alone, over the past 15 years, ADB has implemented around 15 wetland projects in over 11 provinces, providing improved livelihoods for thousands of people and restoring vital habitats that provide our water and protect us from flooding. In this connection, I am especially pleased to share the development of an exciting new program, the Regional Flyway Initiative. This initiative will restore critical wetland habitats along the East Asian Australasia Flyway. It will conserve the ecosystem services that support and create habitats for over 50 million migratory waterbirds. For this initiative to succeed, we must build strong partnerships amongst governments, NGOs, communities, regional organizations, development agencies, and the private sector. We are seeking to mobilize $3 billion in vital investments for wetland protection and their sustainable management. We hope that the initiative marks a new beginning in our joint efforts to support wetlands, livelihoods, and biodiversity in East, Southeast, and South Asia. We are looking forward to continuing to work closely with the PRC government and our other regional and global partners to support national and global efforts towards a green future. Let me close by thanking the organizers of COP15 and this thematic forum who brought us together today from all across the world. I wish everyone a very successful and very productive event. Thank you.
好，感谢赛义德的致辞。
Thank you, Mr. Said. Now we're going to invite our next speaker. That is the Aniruddha Dasgupta, the President and CEO of World Resources Institute. We're going to watch the video first.
Participants, thank you for the opportunity to address you today on the critical topic of ecological civilization and mainstreaming biodiversity. Both science and lived experience over the last few decades have demonstrated that biodiversity and development cannot only coexist, they're interdependent. If the international community fails to achieve either one, both will suffer. This is a key message of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it is central to the concept of ecological civilization and building a shared future for all life on Earth. Development must embrace and enrich biodiversity, which is the living operating system of our planet. But for that to happen, our efforts to conserve and sustainably use biodiversity must also be in harmony with our shared goals of human development and prosperity. A cascade of recent scientific reports have warned us in increasingly stark terms that the world is sliding towards a sixth great extinction. But why is this such a problem for our future? I ask you to reflect on the many critical functions that genes, species, and ecosystems play in our lives. Functions so basic that we take them for granted until they're gone. For example, natural forests and vegetation are essential to the formation of and retention of soil for agriculture. So too, the quality, quantity, and predictability of fresh water is tied to healthy watersheds, fisheries, and many places hydropower. Where people have not been good stewards of lands and forests, the results have been drought, flood, hunger, and even death. Then there is pollination, a fundamental part of our food production system. A myriad of insects, birds, and mammals pollinate our crops. When this pollinator collapse, people go hungry and whole agricultural ecosystems can fail. At the ocean's edge, mangroves and coral reefs not only serve as critical nurseries for important marine species, but also form a key line of defense against increasingly severe and frequent storms, battering our coastlines. Well-managed natural forests and ecosystems provide us with timber and food for people. The great rainforest and other remaining natural ecosystems are ancestral domains of numerous indigenous and local communities who depend most directly on biodiversity and suffer most from its loss. Biodiversity is also critical for recreation and global tourism economy, touching the lives of local people in so many places. And let us not forget the charismatic animals that are so deeply imprinted in so many of our culture. The tiger in India, the bald eagle in the United States, the lion in Africa, the jaguar in South America. A piece of our very identity is threatened by biodiversity loss, not just our livelihoods. So, dear colleagues, we must act with urgency to stem the loss of biodiversity, for our sake, the sake of prosperity of our next generation, and for our children. China has taken a critical role in building global ecological civilization, with the presidency of COP15 to deliver a strong post-2020 global biodiversity framework for the urgent action we must collectively undertake. I really hope that you have a fantastic conference next few days, and I want to wish you the best. Thank you for listening.
好，感谢大师古布达的。
Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. So this is all about the guest video part. Now we're going to move on to the next part. This is about the next session. We're going to invite Wei Fuwen, the academic Institute of Ecology from Chinese CIS, to give us a speech. Respected Ms. Deputy Governor, Mr. Zhang, our respected guests, good afternoon. It's a great honor for me to be invited to join today's Subforum. My topic is about biodiversity conservation under the system of ecological civilization in China. As we can see that we do have very complicated situation in China throughout the world, for which the diversity of the Earth environment after 3.8 billion years of evolution give birth to the colorful life, for which we can see that the The difference in latitude stays for as many as 10,000 meters between the Tibetan Plateau and those related plateaus, for which we are so proud to boast a biodiversity throughout the world, for which throughout the world there are as many as 14 million species in the world, on the earth, for which they have been described as many as 100,000 species, marine species. As we can see, we are now facing with very severe environmental issues for as many as 184 academic scientists with as many as 1,500 scientists. They have advocated and they have promoted to the conservation of biodiversity, for which the conservation biology in science has also been developed. There are various branches, including the evolutionary biology, conservation ecology, conservation behavior, etc., for those related subdisciplines that have been tapped into to talk about the conservation of those different species.
More importantly, from the perspective of management, President Xi Jinping has proposed his thoughts on ecological conservation. That's a very overarching frame for us. So the core of biodiversity conservation is highly relevant to the Taoism of the Chinese traditional culture. There are some wisdom brought from the Taoism, such as the unity of man and nature. It's basically about a harmonious coexistence between man and nature. Various issues that we have right now is actually because we have some contradictories and conflicts between man and nature. So we need to draw wisdom from the tradition cultures. For example, Chinese people always say that the heaven may not speak, but all the seasons will go in their term, and the 4 seasons, and the land doesn't talk, but everything prospered on it. President Xi Jinping has quoted this in his remarks, which means we need to respect nature, follow its rules, and protect nature. More importantly, President Xi also proposed that we need to implement an innovative, coordinated, green, open, and shared development concept so as we can address these environmental issues. The unity of man and nature is something that we need to explore and then formulate the framework for the GBF. As scientists, we are always thinking about the needs of the nature, the needs of human beings. So if we want to unite and balance as well as reconciliate the two kinds of needs, how can we adopt a sustainable approach to eventually achieve the unity between man and nature? Because human beings are part of the ecosystem, part of the nature. While we are addressing a balance between the needs of nature and the needs of man, we can also address the balance between conservation and development. So as you can see, on the scale, on the balance, sustainable development is in the middle. After I attended COP15, we were always talking about how should we establish a framework, because COP15 was going to be held in China, and we would like to draw inspiration from a traditional architecture of China. And at the bottom, as you can see, this architecture is called the Temple of Heaven, which is located in Beijing. The foundations will be the resources, the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation, and then we're going to formulate our goals for 2030 and 2040. And the IG goal is about 70%. We are considering how can we achieve that? And there's also a system called SMART, S-M-A-R-T. We need to be ambitious, but in the next decade, we only have a short span of 10 years. Is that really attainable, achievable? So now we have seen in the Kunming Declaration, many countries have proposed a target of 30%, in my opinion, which is very good. We can have ambitious goal, that's okay. But at the same time, we also need to think about whether we can eventually achieve these goals in 10 years. Therefore, I proposed this 1/4, 1/3, and 1/5 for different years, just as a reference for you. In biodiversity, in ecological conservation, there are 6 main concepts. Harmonious coexistence between man and nature, that's one. Second, the lucid water and lush mountains are the invaluable assets, that's a second, which we have the treatment principles, the institutional guidance. And at the outermost layer, that's the 6th, it's these ecological conservation, which are highly integrated and compatible with our SDG goals. In the previous several days, you must have heard some of the experiences about China's ecological conservation, so I will skip that part. What I want to stress here is we need to redefine the relationship between man and nature and take everything with a holistic view and address it with a holistic approach. And I think this is the most important for us to mainstream the biodiversity conservation. Then we need to have some pilot programs, then further exchange information and enhance our cooperation. We have achieved many great results. We have now more than 10,000 protected areas, so covering 80% of the land. That's higher than what we said in the IG target. Science and technologies progressed very, very quickly. We have many mechanisms for the origin, evolution, and maintenance of biodiversity. We have studied all the mechanisms of endangered species and the evolution adaptation of these species, while we are organizing the NSR magazine. Some of the foreign experts spoke really highly about China's status, our efforts, said we are actually at a leading position. I think in terms of biodiversity conservation, we are keeping pace with the international community. And in some areas, such as the genomic studies and the pronomic studies, we may be leading the world. China has also stepped up efforts in its implementation of these conventions. There are so many of them, I'm not going to go through them one by one. What I want to do now is I would like to give some of my personal recommendations. The first one is that everyone has been talking about this. We need to strengthen the synergies among conventions because we have the Climate Change Convention and the CITES Convention, which I'm part of the team. All of these conventions need to be connected for implementation so that we can improve their efficiency and effectiveness. Our planning for land, space should be closely considered together with biodiversity conservation. And now we are in the planning stage, and we will accelerate the implementation with the Belt and Road Initiative. We should actively promote the sharing of Chinese wisdom and solutions. And second, we should do much better in terms of top-line level design, which may be interdisciplinary. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to delve into the details here. We need to have better coordination, building big data platforms to share information. We will build the monitoring sites in the field. This morning, Director Zhang mentioned that we have established many monitoring sites. CAS has a monitoring pump. So that will be very good platforms for us to enhance the wild plants for the collection, storage, so that in the future we can share more benefits to future generations. And also, we need to do more in the R&D of the diseases of wild species and plants, and make further efforts in protect the ocean. Especially President Xi mentioned several times that on many occasions we need to strengthen the biodiversity research, prevent pollution to build a blue ocean. These are the areas I think what we need to pay more attention to and step up efforts in. Especially as you can see that the migration of the elephants, and there may be some interest of conflicts between men and animals. All of this will require us to do much better work in environmental consultation. For example, like if we really do very well in biodiversity conservation, the number of the populations of these wild animals will increase. And how can we manage these populations is a very practical issue, is what we need to think about in the next decade. Also, we need to do some innovative research, proposing new ideas, new methodologies, etc. Recently, my team and I have done a small study. And normally, our research would based on short-term research. I'm considering, is it possible for us to establish the CDB index since 1992 when we had the first target? Could we establish a model to evaluate these indicators, their progresses? In 2012, we implemented the first strategic goal. So if we're going to set a CBT index, we believe that it is gradually improving in terms of implementation in the long run. I think that will help us to, for example, we can decompose these IG targets into some sub-targets. As you can see, some of them are performing really well, but some may not be so good. Since 2012, in terms of the A index, it's constant pressure, it's increasing. And also, the social response is having a linear relationship, which means it's constantly increasing. The people's well-being may not be so satisfactory. All the way to 2019, the benefits decreased, but there were some slightly difference. So I think this kind of method will point out some of the discrepancies of what we are currently having now. That is based on the methodology based on short-term research, but they share some commonalities. And we should be very confident that in the next decade we will definitely go on a path of restoring biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation from Academician Wei. Now, I would like to give the floor to the Chairman of Asian Membership Committee of IUCN, Secretary of the International Biodiversity Program, China Committee, Mr. Ma Keping. His presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Chinese biodiversity conservation mechanism. And this mechanism is under the guidance of ecological conservation concept, which can find its origin in the overarching plan of ecological conservation reform, which was launched in 2015. So as you can see that our work, all the efforts we made should be within this framework. I would like to recommend some programs. The first one is the mainstreaming biodiversity conservation by integrating biodiversity into national strategies and plans. We have categorized the areas of China into 4 types. So as you can see, for development and protection, this is a very important guiding tool. So based on the categorization, the national land can be divided into ecological space, life space, and production space, based on their different functions. In terms of ecological conservation, we did a further categorization, which is also very helpful.
Also, there's one more reform by Advocacy China, that is to stipulate ecological protection redlining, for which this is really important for the conservation of biodiversity and also the water resources protection, etc. As a result, as we can see that this total area is closely related to those highly valued resources as well as those places that are fragile and also valuable, with those indicators that have been taken into consideration. As we can see from this very graph, this is for those red lines. These are all about those very important ecological protection redlining parts, for which we can see is very important. Apart from the land part, we do have the National Marine Major Function Zoning Map, for which we do have those different zoning relating to the national marine landscape or the map, for which we do have those important no or least development area as well as limited development area and improving development area and priority development area for those different areas. Also, by these different zoning, we like to see that for those species that need to be protected, including we have also stipulated China's state key protected species list, priority areas of biodiversity conservation, and associated laws and regulations, including we do have those key protected list for the conservation of wildlife and plants stipulated by our country, for which we are conducting such activities according to those related laws and regulations, including the PRC's natural reservation area regulations, where those related regulations and the laws, including those laws relating to environmental protection. While in terms of China's national park-centric protected area system, we do have established as many as 118,000 various kinds of protected area, for which we do have set up the national parks, which is a specific land area whose main purpose is to protect a nationally representative natural ecosystem, for which, as we can see that for this great conference, President Xi has announced there are 5 national parks that have been conducted into the pilot scheme. As we can see that for those natural parks, they are about a sustainable area, use area with ecological, governmental, cultural, and those related areas. Also, we do have those various regulations and stipulations, including opinions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the State Council on further promoting the development of ecological civilization, for which they have been divided into various aspects, including implementing major biodiversity conservation projects, including establishing, monitoring, evaluation, and early warning system, promoting national biosafety inspection system, preventing the loss of economic species and invasion of alien species effectively, and also strengthening the natural reserves development and management, implementing intensive conservation for important ecosystems and systems, including the effective protecting rare and endangered wildlife, etc. Also, we are conducting the nationally important ecological projects so as to conduct biodiversity conservation. As we can see that from the scale, from the year 1979 to 2016, we have conducted various national key ecological projects at various different places. For this very chart, as we can see that this has highlighted those 25 different areas pilot schemes. For the green part, these are about the nationally important ecological projects. We can see that this is about the restoration and protection of our biosystem. Also, we do have laid out the state key projects for the protection and restoration of important ecosystems, for which we do call it those two keys, for which we do have those various key ecological zone areas in Yangtze River and the Yellow River, including those maritime lines, etc. As we can see that with such a complicated project, with such a diverse system, how to manage it, here I come up with my own perception. That is, for those key projects, they have been conducted by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the State Council, for which it has the approval and inspections rights, including those related departments and bureaus. Also, we do have China National Committee for the Protection of Biodiversity, which is in the charge of the Vice Prime Minister to carry out the coordination function, for which with the Ministry of Natural Resources, Natural Forestry and Grassland Bureau, from the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, which do conduct the management functions, while the Development and Reform Commission, and as well as from the Ministry of Finance, including the Ministry of Finance, also they do have come up the planning and funding functions. Also, we do have the supervision function, which is conducted by the Department of Ecological Environment. As we can see that with such a complicated system, this guarantees the smooth progress of the ecological preservation throughout China. As we can see that we are trying to come up with those various efforts, including conservation or restoration, as well as climate change action, and the reducing other drivers and sustainable production, as well as reduced consumption, etc. With all these concerted efforts, can we protect our environment well? So for us, we need to start up with our concerted efforts and to protect the biodiversity in China as well as the rest of the world. Thank you. Thanks for listening. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Now we're going to invite our next speaker, Mr. Craig Hansen, to give us a video presented online.
Hello, everyone. My name is Craig Hansen.
大家好，我叫克雷格·汉森。
At the World Resources Institute, in charge of food, forests, water, and the ocean. I'm honored today to have a chance to share with you some perspectives on the conservation of biodiversity. In fact, I'd like to share with you 14 observations on conserving biodiversity in a world needing more food. So let's begin. My first observation is that the food system is the biggest driver of biodiversity loss on the planet. My second observation is that at the same time, the food system causes a quarter to a third of all greenhouse gas emissions annually. Thus, the human quest for food is a major driver of the climate crisis. Which leads me to my third observation, that much of the food system's impact on biodiversity and climate is due to the conversion of nature into croplands and grazing lands. To feed the planet, humanity has had to convert forests and wetlands and grasslands into croplands to grow crops, or into grazing lands to raise livestock. And this has had impacts on biodiversity because as these native ecosystems have disappeared, the home for that biodiversity has disappeared. It's had impacts on climate because as these natural ecosystems are converted, they lose the carbon in the vegetation and the soils that they actually had accumulated. Now, observation number 4 is looking at trends. And what we see is that the world population is on track to hit 9.7 billion people by the year 2050. 9.7 billion people. That's 2 billion more people than were on the planet in the year 2010. Over a 40-year period, humanity will grow by 2 billion people. Which takes me to observation number 5, is that all these people need to be adequately fed. In fact, our modeling shows that under business as usual, this population growth means a 56% increase in food that's needed by the population mid-century compared to the year 2010. That's a dramatic increase in the food requirements for humanity. Observation number 6 is that under business as usual, this growth in demand would result in 600 million hectares of additional conversion of natural habitats by the year 2050. 600 million hectares. That's a land area twice the size of the nation of India. That's a lot of land. Which brings me to observation number 7, which is the big question of the day. Because of these trends, an effective global biodiversity strategy has to figure out how to feed the planet without destroying it at the same time. When people talk a lot about biodiversity conservation, they tend to think about protected areas. But behind all this, we do have to look at the underlying drivers that's leading to the biodiversity crisis itself. And as I've argued, the human quest for food, the food system, is one of those fundamental drivers of biodiversity loss, primarily being driven by the conversion of ecosystems. And so our big challenge, if we want to be successful in biodiversity conservation, is we actually have to fix the food system in order to help save biodiversity. Observation number 8 is that fortunately, we think that we know actually how to do it. To do so, to feed the planet while not destroying it at the same time, and in fact, by actually conserving biodiversity, to do so, the world has to produce, protect, reduce, and restore. My next 4 observations will dive into each of these. First, observation number 9. The world needs to sustainably produce more food and fiber from existing agricultural lands. This means we need to stop expanding the footprint of agriculture by, we need to stop the conversion of forests, grasslands, and wetlands into agricultural land and figure out how to boost yields sustainably on land that already is croplands or grazing lands. That's a fundamental part of the equation of stopping the pressures on biodiversity. So we do need to find a way to produce more food and fiber from existing agricultural lands. Very important component that often is overlooked. Observation number 10 comes to the protect side. Yes, the world needs to protect remaining natural ecosystems, its forests, its wetlands, its natural grasslands, from conversion and degradation. That clearly is part of a biodiversity strategy, especially when it's linked up with the other elements in the produce, protect, reduce, and restore approach. Observation number 11 is that while we're doing all this, the world needs to also reduce its projected growth in the demand for those goods that have a large ecosystem footprint. The food, the fuel, the fiber that actually takes up a lot of land to actually grow. One good example of this is to reduce food loss and waste. The world actually loses or wastes 1/3 of all the food that's actually grown. We waste it from farm all the way to fork. 1/3. That is a lot of land that could have been biodiversity habitat that instead is growing food that we don't even eat. That to me is a huge inefficiency in the food system and the land system that we need to correct. So this reducing the inefficiencies is an important element of a biodiversity strategy. Observation number 12 is that while we're doing all this, the world also needs to restore some of its degraded areas back into healthy ecosystems. We need to bring back forests where they once were, wetlands where they once were, grasslands where they once were. Now it's made possible if we're able to actually boost yields on existing lands, the produce side of the equation. It's also possible if we're reducing inefficiencies in the system. So you can start to get a sense here how the various pillars of produce, protect, reduce, restore actually are interdependent, and if successfully implemented, help each other out. Observation 13 gets to the who question. Who needs to do this? Well, in fact, governments, businesses, farmers, and consumers all have a critical role to play in produce, protect, reduce, and restore. Governments need to set the right policy frameworks. Businesses can invent the technologies and the financial investment to make this work. Farmers touch the ground. It's their behaviors that fundamentally matter. And consumers send signals through their purchasing power as to what types of products they want to buy to consume. And finally is observation number 14. We are living in a moment right now where there's great opportunity to advance the biodiversity agenda, the climate agenda, and this produce, protect, reduce, restore approach onto the global stage. And here I'm talking about the Biodiversity Conference of Parties as well as the Climate Change Conference of Parties. These two global events need to be where we can launch the world onto this agenda. With that, I thank you for your time. I hope my remarks provide some input to future conversations during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen, for your wonderful remarks. Now let's give the floor to Mr. Zhao Keqiang, Director of Nanjing Institute of Environmental Science Ministry, under Ministry of Ecology and Environment. His topic is Rural Ecological Conservation Construction Boosts Biodiversity Conservation. Distinguished Vice Governor Zhao, Academician Wei, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My topic is the rural ecological conservation boosts biodiversity protection. Just now, the previous two speakers, Mr. Ma and Academician Wei, have both mentioned that the ecological conservation system is very important for the biodiversity protection. It has a huge implication. We have the nature reserves, national parks, protected areas, and the broader areas of rural, the countryside or rural areas requires more attention, just as Craig mentioned in his pre-recorded video. With the increase in our population, the demand for food will have huge influence on the natural habitats. So, in a sense, the rural ecological system is about the sustainability of ecological conservation and biodiversity protection. It's about our ability to preserve these habitats. Or if we want a sound and virtuous circle for these systems to progress, we need to focus on the rural areas, because rural areas is highly interconnected with the human activities. It's very much like the slope of a mountain. It's a gradual process, but it will accelerate. So now I will present to you, from another perspective, some of the work we've done in biodiversity conservation. My presentation consists of 3 parts. First, the content and the pathway of ecological civilization in the countryside. And second, starting from the case study of ecological conservation in the rural areas, and also our work of the institutions working in the past 4 decades. And the third part is about the prospect and outlook. Mr. Ma and Mr. Wei have really delved into the details of the concept of ecological conservation, so I will skip this part. So in the rural areas, on the basis of treatment of pollutants, soil pollution, we will focus on restoration. And the main efforts will be put in the beautiful countryside, rural industry development, and biodiversity protection. These are the main components of our work. So this is the concept of ecological conservation, which, from another perspective, provided many guidelines. And the second part is about the cases and the models. Since 2010, and the United Nations Millennium Development Goals have proposed this International Biodiversity Day. The theme is promoting biodiversity and poverty reduction. Well, actually, since 2010 in China, poverty alleviation, increasing the income of farmers, have been linked with our work to improve people's livelihood. In the outline and some other documents, we have all can see this importance have been attached to the biodiversity conservation in some impoverished areas. So in the rural areas, the degree or the speed of biodiversity loss is relatively fast, maybe faster than other areas. So first of all, we started from top-line design. We have 5 areas. These key ecological function area, biodiversity protection priority area, and some other areas that the focus will be put on the poverty alleviation and comprehensive treatment key areas in the rural environment. We have set up 138 counties, which normally are these impoverished counties. We have selected them to carry out the work of biodiversity conservation in combination of poverty alleviation. This is the top design. To be more specific in terms of our work in Weichang of Hebei Province, which is the poverty alleviation county for MEE. From the planning all the way to the layout of the production area and living area, as well as the adjustment of the industries, we have carried out many concrete actions to eliminate or alleviate poverty. So it has become one of the pilot cases. Meanwhile, some of these, their specialty agricultural products, such as these potatoes that is rich in nutrients, have been provided to Hubei province during the lockdown. And another case is autonomous county in Zhejiang province, which has set ecological conservation as its priority, because we said that one of the important indicator of a sound ecological system is how diverse the species in your area is. So biodiversity is not just in these western or poor areas of China. It is also sometimes very abundant in the coastal areas, such as Zhejiang province. So Zhejiang has carried out the biodiversity survey work. And this is about how to protect the environment, setting up mechanisms. And the second part is how to develop, how to help the rural areas. Based on our previous experiences from the ecological agriculture to organic agriculture, we then proposed a transformation methodology. One of them is about the way of organic product production. A case is in Jiangsu province, Jurong City. After nearly 20 years of research, and we also have collected various data, we noticed that once adopted an organic production methodology, the ecosystem in the farmland, including the surrounding ecosystem, the number and the species of these animals, including these, the quantity of a single species normally increase exponentially. In most cases, more than 10 times. Also in Dongbei, in the northeastern area of China, we also carried out the comparison of the organic rice paddy land and soybean farmland. We compared the biodiversity index of different types of farmland. And we noticed that once they adopt organic production, the index will be much higher than the conventional, than the fields that are using conventional methods. In Kunming, Yunnan Xiansheng is a organic plantation base which focus on producing these vegetables for salads, etc. It is in the suburb area of Kunming. It is also where the drinkable water reservoir of Kunming located. With the popularization of organic farming, the biodiversity populations increased. At the same time, we built some ecological islands and preserved some of the channels. And maybe we can say they should be called ditches. So these beneficial insects have been kept, and we basically adopted a very natural way to against these harmful insects. We have protected the species, increased the biodiversity locally. And third, It's about how to build a beautiful countryside. One of the models is that we make full usage of local specialties, such as tea leaves. There are so many examples. I guess you must have seen that in Huangshan area, they planted teas. And also in Yunnan, we have banana large leaf teas. And also, let me think. In Guizhou province, in Fenggang County, they are producing green teas. These are all local specialties. Now we have a slogan called "One Specialty for One County." For example, like in Taiping area, they have Taiping Houkui, which is a type of tea, and in Banna we have Pu'er, another type of tea. So yeah, they just reminded me that my time is almost up. So we are developing these leading maybe enterprises in villages or counties, for example, like Mao Tai, which produce the Mao Tai liquor. With this company and its production, it uses its benefits to bring benefits to local people, to the building of local communities and the development of the county. And third, we also have another model, which is ecological tourism, including Anhui, Dunhuang. They use tourism as a springboard.
We do come up with the ecological tourism so as to benefit the local ecological construction. In the last is about my foreseeing, looking forward to the future. That is to say, for us in terms of ecological environment as well as the biodiversity conservation, all these are very important issues for us to look at. That is to say, we need to protect with high quality so as to promote high quality progress or development. The second is that we just need to help the organic or the green industry so as to lead the development at rural areas. The third is we need to work together to promote ecological civilization throughout the world. For us, we just need to come up with different pilot schemes so as to come up with our own experiences to provide Chinese plans and solutions. Thank you. This is about my sharing. Thank you, Mr. Zhao Geqiang. Now we're going to invite our next speaker, Mr. Ren Hai, Director General of South China Botanical Garden, Chinese Academy of Sciences, with the title China's Progress in Fulfilling the National Plant Protection Strategy. So please. Respected Ms. Academician Wei, Mr. Zhao, our dear colleagues, good afternoon. The topic I'd like to talk is promoting the harmonious coexistence of human and nature through biodiversity conservation mainstreaming. For the mainstreaming part, it has been rarely covered domestically. It is relating to something relating to our international speaking confidence. Well, for us, we do have the implementation of those different initiatives we have covered yesterday. Well, for us, I like to come up with the keywords by highlighting our understanding and perception on the reforming of ecological conservation. I like to talk in the following three aspects. The first is about the biodiversity conservation status quo and challenges, as well as biodiversity conservation targets and promoting change in protection actions. As we can see that biodiversity is quite important WWF has just put up with different goals to ensure that biodiversity plays an important role in maintaining the ecological balance of the Earth. The loss of species diversity will break the ecological balance and eventually endanger mankind itself. As we can see, that biodiversity is now in great loss, which will cause danger and damage to the Earth. Well, promoted by the Clinton administration, it has come up as some kind of political issue. By looking into this, biodiversity is an important indicator of a country's ecological environment quality, ecological civilization, national competitiveness, and high-quality development level. When we talk about the ecological civilization and biodiversity, the relationship lies in those related aspects, including the relevant contents of ecological civilization construction are highly consistent with the biodiversity conservation objectives in the international discourse system. Xi Jinping's ecological civilization thoughts includes the ideas including realizing the harmonious coexistence of man and nature, comprehensively managing the mountains and lakes, grass and ice, grassland and sand, desert, etc., so as to build beautiful China. All these are those key ideas. As we can see, that China does enjoy a rich biodiversity. There are as many. We are one of the countries that enjoys as much as 10% of the world's total amount of species and higher plants. Well, for us, we do have come up with the local protection. In terms of local protection, we have come up with the white paper cover book, and also we do have come up with our various efforts in those biodiversity research and management, for which we have as many as more than 7,000 papers including in the surveillance and research in biodiversity. Also, we have strengthened our conservation and also our inspection in those related areas so as to promote those different efforts. In terms of the protection, the status accord as well as the intrusion of alien species plants have also those made progress in those related areas. However, in terms of those different areas, we are greatly in danger. We have seen the threatened plant diversity, for which we do have, according to the IPBES, we can see that many of those, including those objectives, including the mainstreaming and as well as the Aichi target cannot be fulfilled in the year 2020. As we can see that we do have very difficult situation for us. While for China, we do have our own goals in terms of biodiversity conservation. We do have, as we can see, that we just need to look into the challenges and also the difficulties looking ahead. Also, we just need to pay attention to those challenges in terms of our understanding, legislation system, finance, technology, competence, and exterior environment, etc., for which they are closed. That is partly because of the not mainstreaming of biodiversity. As for us, the Kunming Declaration, including the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation, this is important initiative for us to look at. Well, for us, for the biodiversity, what is about the mainstreaming? It refers to the initiative of putting biodiversity mainstreaming as one of our economic activity and to make sure that it is in accordance, synchronized with those related efforts. The second is that we just need to come up and to coordinate our efforts, including economic, legislative, etc., legal, etc., as well as administrative, etc., including those different assessment and evaluation system. While for us, we are now trying to move forward from the generally well-off society into a modern country. These will provide opportunity for the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation, for which we just need to put the coexistence of human beings and nature as our ultimate goal and to transform in terms of the progress. We can do from the following two aspects. The first, we just need to join and try to lead the global administration so as to rebuild China's image in terms of environmental protection. This will help us to implement various efforts. This is what we can do in terms of international perspective. While for the China's experience in mainstreaming, we also have talked about the redlining of the ecological system, including the protection of eternal rural land, as well as talking about various forums and to reconcile and try to coordinate those different challenges and difficulties. All these thoughts can be integrated. While for the international community, they do have expectation for the COP15. For them, they are trying to recorrect or to review our land, our roadmap for biodiversity. Can we just come up with this kind of review? We may have a lot of difficulties in the following three aspects. The first is that among those different parties, some developed countries hope to protect 30% of the global ocean area by 2030. The current proportion stays at only 7.45%, but some countries have reservations about this because some developing countries hope to share the derivatives of generic resources. While in terms of the national action plans to promote mainstreaming, we just need to do the following, including further promote the legal system and so as to come up with our total protection system and those related mechanisms based on the party constitution. Also, we need to come up with those related roadmaps, including socio-economic development plan, etc. Also, we just need to come up with various legislation and to come up with different funding projects so as to clarify the status of biodiversity in production and living space. Also, we need to integrate biodiversity protection into all aspects and all projects throughout. I'd like to talk about the last part, that is the transformation in the realization pathway, in realizing the pathway for mainstreaming. Also, I have come up with some kind of analysis of those countries who have their own pathways in GSPC targets. As we can see that from this very chart, for those different countries, including for all those countries, they do not have come up with a decent performance. While for us, in the next 10 years, we would like to make sure that the biodiversity conservation can be mainstreaming. We just need to come up with our concerted efforts. The second is that in terms of we just need to come up with a reform in terms of the stipulation of those different pathways. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Renhai. We're going to move on to the next agenda. It's about a tea break. We're going to have a 5 minutes tea break. Then we're going to come up with the first with dialogue 1 with the topic ecological civilization and global biodiversity conservation with the moderator, Fan Li, the country director of the World Resources Institute, China.
Hello? Hello?
你让后边把那个看到的抛说给我切出来。
Hello, Miss Watson, can you hear me? Hello?
给我切出来了吗？什么叫没给权限？
下彩云，还多一个朵，敞开成花河，落作个河。天幕捉你了舞，彩云朵朵敞开成花河，落座坐一坐，落座坐一坐。成花河，敞开成花河。抱来火红太阳楼，点燃屋里火塘楼。呼呼升起炊烟儿，家家家家上竹马。摘下弯月到楼。
Hello? Hello? Mr. Watson, can you hear me? Could you open your camera? Hello? Could you open your camera if you can hear me?
Hi.
能把它镜头切出来吗？
哎，麻烦您把它镜头切出来。先让呢。
Okay, can you speak?
Hello.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Could you open your mic and and speaker? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello,
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, perfect. We will start in like 3 or 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Won't be moving. Can you see me?
Yeah, sure. Can you see the conference video?
I just see like a screenshot of I don't see anything. I just see like a slide. Is that what it is there?
Oh yeah, you will see the background of the conference. We will let you see the whole video after when the panel starts.
Okay, good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
都会。把雷老板切出来。您稍等。
的一个天，彩虹荡着白成长盖叶，落座坐一坐，落座坐一坐，彩虹荡着白成长盖叶。 入你歌舞，洒下彩云，还多你个多。
雷老师，您能开下摄像头吗？您能听见我吗？雷老师，您能听到我吗？啊，我听不到您，您是不是 mute 了？
现在呢？
啊，听到了。
好。
好。
好，再见，谢谢。
好，谢谢雷老师，我们大概还有3-5分钟就开始了。
好，没问题。
好，再见，谢谢。
湖上起炊烟家上竹马，摘下弯月当道楼，割来山毛野草楼，三把星星做了糖菜味道好。鸟鸣尖叫都闹了，唱歌跳舞欢笑了，山情亲情爱情泪。
女士们、先生们，大家请落座。
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Welcome to the Ecological Conservation, Mainstreaming Biodiversity Protection Subforum. Please take your seat.
好，各位女士们、先
Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. My name is Fang Li. I'm the Chief Representative of World Resources Institute, Beijing Representative Office. I'm very honored that our organization can jointly hold this subforum with Nanjing Institute of Environmental Science, as well as WRI. And just as the previous speakers mentioned that biodiversity is the mainstream now, so this subforum will focus all the parties for mainstreaming biodiversity to discuss what we should do. In the previous speeches, speakers have talked about these important topics. In the dialogue, this panel, we're going to invite representatives from the UN agencies, private sector, charitable organizations, and among other sectors. Now I'm going to have the honor invite all the guests to join us. And Carlos Watson is going to join us online. He's the representative of FAO representative to China. Mr. Fan Shenggen, Chief Professor and Dean of Academy of Global Food Economics and Policy, AGF-EP, and Christopher Gronstad, Counselor of the Environment of Royal Norwegian Embassy in China. Mr. Li Suisheng, Director General of Ecology Environment Bureau of Shenzhen Municipality, Mr. Lei Hongpeng, Director of the Climate Change and Chief Representative of China of Children Investment Foundation, Giovanni Ruta, Lead Environmental Economist of Environmental, Natural Resources and the Blue Economy Global Practice of World Bank, Mr. Zhao Xin, Vice President of Inner Mongolia Industrial Group, and Mr. Hai Dong, Professor and Deputy Director of the Ecological Civilization Center of NIES. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, all these guests, for attending this panel, because this is a very important panel discussion during COP15. Biodiversity and its linkage to the destiny of human being has been well expressed and interpreted. So now we are very happy to have representatives from all the sectors, and for each of you, your speech time will be limited to 5 minutes. We have a staff who will alert you when your time is about to be up. So I hope that every one of you can take your turn to answer my question. I may have some add-up questions. We have chosen many important sectors, just as we mentioned at the opening ceremony. The most important thing, or the part of biodiversity, is agriculture and food production. So we are very honored to have FAO representative to China, Carol Watson. Mr. Watson.
It is really critical to mainstream biodiversity into each sector. What are FAO's strategy and key takeaways on mainstreaming biodiversity, especially into food sector, globally and in China? Mr. Watson, you have 5 minutes. Although you cannot see the screen, and please control your time.
I'll do my best. Thank you very much. Dear Ms. Fanny, thank you for inviting me to answer these extremely relevant questions for both biodiversity and agri-food. First, I would like to highlight that agri-food systems and biodiversity are interdependent. On one side, biodiversity is essential to agriculture and food security, and on the other side, agri-food systems play a key role in the sustainable use, conservation, and restoration of biodiversity as a whole. FAO is committed to the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems to deliver healthy food and prosperity for all, of course, while preserving our natural resources. This mission is fully reflected on our new FAO strategic framework 2022 to 2031, with our 4 betters at the center stage: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Also, committed to the importance of biodiversity, FAO member countries adopted the FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agricultural sectors, and also the 21-23 action plan to implement it. We are very proud to be among one of the first UN agencies to implement such a specific strategy. The strategy and action plan provide a roadmap and building blocks for the organization to reduce the negative impact of agricultural practices on biodiversity, to promote sustainable agricultural practices, and to conserve, enhance, preserve, restore, and sustainably use biodiversity across agricultural sectors. The strategy aims to mainstream biodiversity across agricultural sectors at national, regional, and international levels in a structured and coherent manner, taking into account national priorities, needs, and country programming framework An action plan has been developed to make this strategy operational. FAO, we have taken steps on biodiversity at global level, and just to name a few, I'd like to name some examples. For example, we have developed a number of different instruments, guidelines, and tools that address biodiversity concerns. For example, a report on the state of the world's biodiversity for food and agriculture, the first global assessment on biodiversity for food and agriculture. Also, FAO works very close with international biodiversity-related conventions and instruments, particularly the Convention on Biological Diversity, the CBD. FAO hosted a global dialogue on the role of food and agriculture in global biodiversity framework last 6 and 7 of July this year, in collaboration with the Secretariat of the CBD. We, acting as biodiversity mainstreaming platform, have convened regional dialogue on biodiversity mainstreaming in Asia, Africa, and the Near East. Also, FAO is supporting a large biodiversity portfolio, more than 800 FAO projects, investing in more than $2 billion include biodiversity as a key objective. In China, biodiversity conservation is one of the key areas for FAO to collaborate with the Chinese government in its new country programming framework, which is running from 2021 to 2025. We are aiming to promote a healthier and more resilient environment for people in China. In partnership with the local and central government, FAO has been implementing a project by the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, since 2014, aiming at mainstreaming biodiversity conservation, fighting against climate change, land degradation, and promoting sustainable agriculture. Currently, there are 9 ongoing FAO GEF projects in China, with a total GEF grant of over $38 million, plus an additional 6 times that amount of resources that have been mobilized with co-financing and in-kind contribution from national and FAO. This amounts to a total of $120 million for these nine projects. I'm gonna try to stop here. I know I'm running out of time. But I thank you all, and I wish you very successful seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Marvelous and brilliant speech. 非常感谢啊，我觉得有非常好的。
Thank you. I think there are a lot of insights in your speech. FAO is led by missions. There are 4 better, which are related to the production, life, nutrition, and food security. FAO has put biodiversity into the overarching action plan. Apart from the action plan, they have also developed some tools and guidelines. What really excites me is that while they are investing in China, they have also attracted many more investment to China. And thank you so much, Mr. Watson. You have mentioned the projects in China, so I'm also very excited to introduce a person who have been awarded as a hero by the UN, Mr. Fan Shenggen. Mr. Fan Shenggen is a scholar of China Agricultural University. He's also a strategic consultant of WRI. I'm very happy that you joined us today. My question for you is that based on your rich experience internationally and domestically, how can we mainstream biodiversity in all sectors, especially in the food industry in China? How can we promote the biodiversity and the implementation? Thank you, Madame Fang. I'd like to stress that the food system has the biggest relationship with the biodiversity laws. 65% to 70% of the species that are endangered or actually have some relationship with the agricultural system, and that's a very important point. And second, climate change is very likely to worsen the situation, and with agriculture being a main driver. And second, if we don't handle biodiversity protection properly, there will be negative implications on our agricultural system. We noticed that in Jiangxi province, some of these wild animals are damaging the crops and the livelihood of the farmers. So I'm going to talk about how can we mainstream.
There are 5 aspects I like to talk. The first is we need to talk about our food system. That is, we just need to come up with the plant instead of the red meat consumption. We just need to diverse our consumption of food. That is about that diversification in our consumption of food. We just need to come up with cereals, with fruits, and vegetables, etc. The second is to reduce our waste of the food. As we can see that due to the waste of our consumption of the food, this will also reduce the loss in terms of biodiversity. And this is important. The third is we just need to protect our existing farmland or land. As we can see that for agriculture sector, we just need to improve the output or production of the existing farmland instead of cutting down the rainforest in Africa, etc. The third is we just need. The next is to increase the cooperation among those different international organizations so as to reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. And for us, this kind of cooperation is important. The fifth is about investment. For some investors, if they like to invest something that is important to the society, to the biodiversity, what are the investments that could be helpful in reducing the loss in biodiversity? The next is about the wisdom or the philosophy from China that could be shared from China. For example, the construction of national parks with the protection or the conservation of wildlife, as well as for all these, they are very important, especially for some of the institutions. They are very important for us to look at. These are all about what I like to share. Thank you, Mr. Fan. He's been a very strict scholar and researcher. He's won a lot of prizes. He also elaborated on the importance of biodiversity in terms of the agricultural produces. As he can see, he mentioned that there are as many as 28,000 species that are being endangered. For us, we do see a very important area for us to look at. Mr. Fan also mentioned about the importance and also those different initiatives with 6 suggestions that have been provided by him in terms of the production, consumption, trade, investment, etc. Thank you. We'd like to thank Mr. Fan for the sharing of Chinese philosophy and Chinese experiences. All this can be shared and further elaborated. Also, in terms of the transformation of the farmland, it is important to the conservation of biodiversity conservation. For us, we have also talked about those different institutions and agencies to talk about the Children's Investment Foundation, to talk about our transformation in this kind of initiative. We do have Ili, Jiaji, and also we do have Ali, and those different groups that have joined this initiative. We will also have the sharing from the Ili group. While for the food system, we like to stop for a while. We also have invited international experts to share those international experiences. Now we're going to invite our next guest, the environmental economist in environment and natural resources and blue economy, global practice, Mr. Crystal. He's got a lot of experiences, and also he's a very important member for the negotiation for climate change. So it's a great honor for me to have you today. So, Mr. Christoph,
how about Norway's biodiversity conservation strategy, and what are the mainstream biodiversity in international cooperation, including the bilateral cooperation with China?
Thank you so much, Director Fang, and then a big thank you also to WRI and to the Nanjing Institute of Environmental Sciences and to the China Wild Plant Conservation Association for the kind invitation. It is a great pleasure to be back in beautiful Yunnan, and of course a great honor to be in a session like this with so many experts. For Norway, domestically, our most important tool for implementing the Convention on Biological Diversity is our Nature Diversity Act, which entered into force in 2009. Through this act, we have ensured that important principles like the precautionary principle, the user pays principle, and the ecosystem approach have been set into law. This means that they are binding for all levels of government, and it also means that when relevant authorities are assessing whether they should allow a project, they need to take the cumulative effects on the affected ecosystems into account. And that's not only the affected, and that's not only the effect for now, but also for the future. It also means that if the if the project requires measures to limit or to avoid these negative effects, the owner of the project will have to pay for those measures, and that can be private entities or public entities. The Nature Diversity Act is also the legal framework for Norway's work on nature reserves, national parks, and other protected areas. But our tradition for national parks is much longer than the Act itself. So next year, we're not only looking forward to returning to Kunming for the second part of COP15, but we're also going to celebrate the 60th anniversary of our first national park. And national parks have also been an important part of the bilateral cooperation that we have with China. And you may have heard the ambassador speaking to media here in Kunming about her recent visit to Sichuan, because last month she and I had the great pleasure to go to Ya'an and to observe the work on the Giant Panda National Park. And we learned more about how Chinese and Norwegian experts have been working together to strengthen management of freshwater sources, to work on nature restoration after the earthquakes in 2008 and 2013, and also to support the establishment of the Giant Panda National Park. And this was one of the national parks that was recognized by President Xi Jinping in his high-level segment speech on Tuesday. So we congratulate our friends in Sichuan, of course, and we are very proud that Norwegian experts have contributed with a small contribution to this important project. We are also hoping to continue our cooperation with the Nanjing Institute of Environmental Sciences on how to manage biodiversity in a changing climate. Then globally, Norway's most important contribution to the implementation of both the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Convention on Biological Diversity is Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative. Through this initiative and in partnerships with tropical rainforest countries, with indigenous peoples and other local communities, and with civil society organizations like WRI, we are working to protect the remaining intact rainforests in the world. Because without the tropical rainforest, there is simply no sustainable future on the planet. And like our Minister of Climate and Environment stressed in the high-level segment, we all need to change the way that we use our land and our resources. The way we produce food and feed and fuel must no longer be part of the problem. It must be a part of the solution. And like our colleague from WRI showed earlier today, it can be a part of the solution. So I think time is about to run up, but I wanted to conclude with saying that we recognize that China, as international development cooperation with countries in the global south, is growing. And our bilateral cooperation on environment has been a very strong pillar in our partnership with China. And we would strongly encourage China to also create similar programs and projects and make that a strong pillar of their cooperation with other countries in the global south. Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe. 谢谢你啊。
Thank you, Christopher. As we can see that Christopher is very passionate and he introduced the cooperations between China and Norway, especially these national parks. Some of them have already been listed into the national park system that announced by President Xi Jinping. And from Norway's experience, that we can see that starting from legislation, we can prevent biodiversity loss, and there will be payment from the users of the natural resources as well. That's on the top of the pollution fees. And there will be environmental assessment. They will add them together, both the environmental influence and the biodiversity influence. And thank you very much for Norway for your attention efforts always to biodiversity conservation. And we have a very comprehensive database that is a global forest database, and also hydrology database can be accessible on our website. For all of these institutions, we can provide some information for your decision making. And again, I would like to thank you, the Council. As he said, we should not just continue to be part of the problem, we should be part of the solution. And that's the experience from our international friend. Now let's come to our Chinese friend. At the opening ceremony, we've heard many of the experiences, and also one of our partner, the co-organizer of the event, Mr. Li Haidong, the professor from Nanjing NIES. We want to hear that what kind of the mechanisms to encourage environmental protection and biodiversity protection, while you are providing the incentives, mechanisms, the policies. I believe that China has done a lot in this regard. So my question is for you to introduce that under the framework of ecological civilization building, what kind of local experience we have. Thank you, moderator. I'd like to share with the guests our experience about ecological conservation. We know that in 1992, China signed the CBD, and for a very long time, China is an important promoter and a participant of the CBD Convention and the protocols. In 2012, China has incorporated biodiversity conservation as an important part of our five-sphered strategy. And President Xi Jinping personally have reviewed the plan. And in recent years, we also introduced the opinions on strengthening biodiversity conservation. MEE in recent years focus on building some role model programs at the national level and the local level we focus on biodiversity protection. In terms of the ecological conservation county and village building, we have set red lines. We have set targets and indicators for species, foreign species, etc. And we have the targets for the coverage of forests and grasslands. And another focus has been put on the green products, the establishment of some green brands. So from these aspects, we are trying to take the lead in mainstreaming of biodiversity protection. In Hunan, Jiangsu, among other provinces, we have launched the biodiversity protection programs and surveys. For example, in Sichuan province, it has become a role model province in biodiversity conservation, ecological building. Every year, there will be 8 million yuan as an incentive and reward to them for them to enhance their level and efforts of biodiversity protection. One of the things they would do is to carry out a survey of biodiversity, all the species. And Hunan province has been working with the global environmental facility in the IBS project. In December 2012, they have established first of its kind prefecture level biodiversity law and regulation. So in Jiangxi, we have started that's really innovative at the county level to carry out the survey of biodiversity. In April this year, we have released the opinions on strengthening biodiversity protection, which is a working paper, putting ecological building as an important methodology for us to boost the biodiversity protection, to find new ways for economic development. At the same time, we are going to strengthen the biodiversity conservation at the province level. Recently, we have included the increasing the biodiversity service as well as protection into the building of cities that featuring good environment, to trying our best to achieve the harmonious coexistence between man and nature. And Mr. Li, who is from one of these pilot program county, he will speak after me, so he know more of the details. So if we sum it up, we have joined the forces of the central government, the provincial, the municipal, and all the way to the grassroots levels of the forces, and we have work documents and legislatives and go through all these regulations and the rules to see if they are not suitable. We're going to revise them, and then we set up these pilot programs. If they are good, we can replicate them across the country. And he also mentioned that there will be financial incentives provided to local government for them to implement these programs. And you have also mentioned that in the market, there are some good mechanisms which can serve as a really good segue for us to invite the next speaker, Mr. Li Shuisheng, Director General of the Ecology and Environment Bureau of Shenzhen City. Mr. Li has been working in this environmental sector for a very long time, so I guess he has a very rich experience in terms of environmental protection as well as biodiversity protection. So could you please tell us what kind of things Shenzhen has done and some useful experiences would you like to share with us? So all I can say is that Shenzhen has done some efforts in biodiversity conservation, because urban biodiversity conservation is vital to the maintenance and the protection and also, as well as the improving of the livelihood of the citizens. Shenzhen is highly urbanized. The urbanization progress happened very, very quickly. So we have the population increased from less than 400,000 to all the way to 20 million. With this fast development, of urbanization, we need to really consider how to protect the biodiversity. Shenzhen, in a very small nature reserve protected area, Lingdingdao, in Guangdong province, which is, we have a groove wetland in Shenzhen Bay that is a migrational path from East Asia to Australia. In order to protect this transitional point for the migratory birds, Shenzhen first initiated to build a shield for protect the birds from the traffic noises. And then after that, we have restored the ecosystem of the mangrove forests. So from this example, you can tell that Shenzhen really attaches great importance to biodiversity. And maybe I can share some experiences in the following aspects. First, in the city development progress, we focus on the overall layout of the ecosystem of the city. And we have set around 50 of the landmass of the area into protected areas. When we have the red line, like China set up the red line, 26% of the overall terrestrial land areas of China will be covered in this red line, which means that we have to protect these areas. So Shenzhen has many pilot programs. We are actually leading the country in this aspect. And second, we are building a city in parks and many parks within the city. Our purpose is that we hope the citizens can reach a neighborhood park within 500 meters, an urban park within 2 kilometers, and a natural park within 5 kilometers. That's another aspect. And then we come back to how to mainstream biodiversity protection. In our legislation, the environmental protection regulations, we do have a specific chapter about biodiversity protection. So that really laid a solid legislative foundation for our efforts. And we've done many extensive endeavors in wildlife protection. Our regulations is the strictest, which totally forbids all the eating of wild animals, which has deterred the poaching of wild animals very effectively. Third, we have introduced first of its kind the white paper on biodiversity. That's first of its kind in China. Now we are formulating an action plan. We believe which will further promote our biodiversity. We have a very fine detailed management of biodiversity. I think we are one of the first cities to survey and assess the terrestrial fauna and fauna. So we have a very good understanding about the status quo of the biodiversity of Shenzhen. Now we are working on the marine survey of the animals and plants. In terms of management, we want to do it very precisely. We are using remote sensing technologies. Every year, we will carry out 2 times of this monitoring to see whether human activities are interfere or jeopardizing the wild animals and their habitats. So what we are trying to do now, focusing on, is we want to build an ecological system corridor. The first one would be in Datong New area. It's very effective. Some of the wild animals, we've made many videos. You can see that they are migrating in through this corridor. And the last one is that Shenzhen has really refined our system for in situ and ex situ protection. For some small populations, we have established these communities for protection, and that is for in situ protection. In terms of ex situ protection, since 2012, there's a special types of orchid. First, we started with artificial cultivating, and then we bring them back to the nature. We hope that this will help this wild breed of or species of this orchid. So Shenzhen is always a pioneer in many policies in terms of reform and opening up, and we hope that we can continue to be so in biodiversity conservation and the building of beautiful China. We'd like to really hope that this COP15 can help us to further enhance and perfect our work. Thank you, Mr. Li. In the past 40 years, Shenzhen's economic performance is really remarkable, and also ecological protection has really achieved good results. You started from the legislation, red line, scientific survey, and use these high-tech methodologies to protect biodiversity. And the urbanization will continue to unfold in China in the next 2 decades. There will be 300 millions of people coming into the cities. So your experience are really valuable to us. We've heard many experiences from our Chinese speakers. Maybe we will have some add-up questions, but now we will talk about money. As you know, that biodiversity requires fund, and in this forum, we have seen that many countries are calling for investment from charities, enterprises, financial institutions, and the government. So the next speakers are from financial sector. First, we would give the floor to Mr. Lei Hongpeng, the director of the chief representative, taste representative of the Child Investor Fund Foundation. And this foundation, as well as himself, are paying great attention to biodiversity conservation.
So it's a great honor for us to invite the China office representative, Mr. Li Hongpeng. So the question is, as a representative from the charities, we'd like to say how those shareholders can they promote the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation, especially for a leading charity. So Mr. Lei, can you hear us? Your microphone. Please turn on your microphone. So for our staff, we like to do some other work. We're going to invite next speaker that is from the World Bank. For the World Bank, they are working with those very important works. It's an honor for us to invite the chair, Mr. Jenny Ruta. So.
Insights on mainstreaming biodiversity in development policy based on the practice of the World Bank. What role should ministries of finance and central banks play in biodiversity conservation?
Thank you, Madam Van Ling, and thank you very much to the World Resources Institute, to the Nanjing Institute, to the China Wild Plant Association, to Asian Development Bank for organizing this great session, very diverse session, which is great. And in terms of diversity, I will take perhaps the big picture. Thank you for the question, because it really, forces us to think what is the role of ministers of finance, financial regulators. So the starting point is akin to climate change. Biodiversity loss can be systemic. What do I mean by that? Using state-of-the-art economic modeling, just a few weeks ago, we published an economic report that looks at what happens when certain tipping points in nature are reached. For example, if tropical forests were to convert in savanna because of deforestation, or fisheries were to collapse, or pollinators were to disappear, what would happen to the world economy? And we see that these events happen between now and 2030, the world economy would shrink by about $2.8 trillion. And low-income countries would suffer the most from this type of event. On average, low-income countries would permanently lose 10% of their GDP every year. This is massive adjustment that is required. So this is what I mean by systemic. It can be pervasive. So the response must also be systemic. So ministers of finance and ministers of planning have a key role to play. So for example, through fiscal policy. So something we have modeled is what if Minister of Finance around the world, as part of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, for example, agree to repurpose perverse subsidies in agriculture, or to expand payment for ecosystem services schemes, or to invest in research and development, or to combine these three policies together, for example. The saving from the repurposing of subsidies, you could invest in agriculture, research and development. So we see that just by the virtue of fiscal reform, you could save about half of the forests that today are menaced to be transformed between now and 2030. In addition, you increase world GDP by about $150 billion. So it's a clear win-win. So big role for the fiscal policy. Of course, ministers of planning also can put in place regulations. So for example, we have been supporting, as part of the climate change strategy of Vietnam, we have been supporting ecological restorations and conservation, for example, in coastal forests that produce also benefits in terms of resilience to flood risk and to storm surge, for example, with economics benefits. The city biodiversity is very important because it produces services in terms of wastewater treatment, for example, or clean water provision, and China is at the forefront of that. There is also a role for central banks. Again, systemic logic. Why central banks? Because central banks are in charge of ensuring the banking system is stable. And one of the sources of the instability of the banking system is biodiversity risks. So following on innovative work by the Dutch central bank last year, we did an analysis in Brazil, and we realized that 46% of Brazilian banks are actually exposed to sectors that are highly dependent on nature. If, for example, the Amazon forest were to convert into savanna, and that's a real risk, there's plenty of scientific research there, non-performing loans by the banking system of Brazil would increase by 9 percentage points. Which is very important. So here again, if central banks realize that there is systemic risk in their system, they can also ensure there is mitigation measures taken into account of the financial sector. So big role. And the partnership for biodiversity finance that Madame Lisa is leading together with the International Finance Forum is going to be a very important actor, and we wish you very much success. The partnership, we understand, will be launched just in a few weeks. So good luck and all the best with that. So it's a very exciting moment to look at these issues at the macroeconomic level. We have modeling tools that allow us to do good economics for good economies. We have monitoring tools that allow us to measure those risks, and we also have the growing interest of the financial sector. So it's a very exciting moment to work on this, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
谢谢 Jenny。非常感谢。
Thank you. He covered the macroeconomics in terms of the raise of those allowance for those unfavorable deconstruction of biodiversity. He has also mentioned about the transformation as about for in Europe. As we can see that in Europe, he's
这是和我们的生物多样性和食物系统的生产非常相关的啊，也
for us to talk about those important projects. You have just talked about the 10 December 25th. We are going to publish a economic and institutional partnership so as to help us to know about what we can do relating to those related sectors. Well, for this partnership, we have invited those financial institutions, those NGOs, as well as enterprises to join us in biodiversity conservation so as to put our macro plans into reality. We're going to turn to Mr. Li Hongpeng online. Is he connected?
了，那个我对你的问题是，作为引领性的慈善机构，你怎么帮助我们后边把生
For a leading charity, how can you help us to mainstream biodiversity conservation? Thank you, Mr. Fang. Thank you. I'd like to thank all those institutions inviting me to join today's Subforum. We have talked about various topics. As we can see that we have a lot of new friends. For us, I'd like to talk about the CIFF. That is a charity to advocate the welfare of the children, including the climate change initiatives. We have various ideas relating to global economic climate change, the children's welfare, etc. For China, we do work on the climate change. We are trying to increase the paces of decarbonization, as well as promoting the low carbon employment. For your question, I'd like to talk about three aspects. The first is that China has made a very good example for biodiversity conservation. China has made great efforts to conduct the biodiversity conservation. As we can see that for the giant panda, it has decreased from the endangered species into the less endangered species. So this is part of the progress that has been made by China. While for also China has made those different systems, including the biological redlining system. I like to say that biodiversity and climate change are important crises globally for us to look at. We just need to join our efforts to deal with these challenges together. As we can see that there are as more than 1 million species among 8 million species of the species throughout the world that is in decrease. This is for us. We just need to, as we can see that we are now failing those targets that have been set in the Paris Agreement. To solve these issues, we just need to join our efforts. While for climate change, it is one of the main attributors to biodiversity decrease. While for the land biodiversity, it is also related to the climate change. While for the allowance for those fossil fuels, they have also been attributable to the decrease in biodiversity. All these are important attributors to such issue. While we are joining our efforts in climate change, this will help us to increase the possibility of raising of biodiversity conservation. While for us, we just need to come up with our shared goals in this COP15 conference to come up with aggressive goals and initiatives so as to deliver a clear message to those shareholders worldwide and to share our common goals. In terms of financing part, for the overall finance investment, it is not enough. It is not sufficient. It might be 100 billion to 120 billion US dollars worldwide. This is far from enough. While for us, the financing, it accounts for as many as 700 billion US dollars shortage. While this has also increased pressure on our ecological system, this will result in different difficulties and contradictions in short time, especially for developing countries. That is also part of the reason for deforestation. While for us, we just need to join advocate our shared futures and try to share us some thoughts on NGOs and charities, what we can do in this part. The first is that we can help to increase our perception and understanding about our goals so as to help those shareholders to know better about our goals and mission, to know about those related factors including climate change and biodiversity conservation, etc. The second is that NGOs can join together with other shareholders to know about the correlation between climate change and biodiversity conservation. The third is about transformation of agriculture and agricultural sectors. In that part, we just need to advocate the agricultural sector by embracing low-carbon agricultural sectors so as to reduce the waste of consumption in that process, and to make sure that our agriculture sector can transform towards a greener ones. The next is that we can just encourage our financing sectors so as to help them to have more support for us. The fifth is that for NGOs, we can provide more initiatives as well as those related charity products so as to educate the masses or the people to know about the importance of biodiversity conservation. In the last, I'd like to say that we can work together to promote our joint efforts and to make ourselves connected and understood by each other so as to share our experiences with the rest of the world, so as to make our priorities understood and accepted by our partners, so as to increase our efforts in biodiversity conservation and climate change. Thank you. Thank you. These are very important viewpoints for us to look at, especially in terms of CIFF. They are also one of the very important advocates in climate change. He has also mentioned about the correlation between climate change and biodiversity conservation. This is really good. We'd like to thank CIFF for your long-term support for the think tanks and NGOs so that we can work together, especially in China's promoting the third phase of distribution. We hope to know more about, to see more charities domestically to join our efforts. We'd like to thank you again, Mr. Li Pulong.
Now we have the only one representative from the business community for this panel. We mentioned that last month during CIIE China Import Expo, together with the China Chamber of Commerce, we have jointly initiated the Alliance of Transformation of Land and Agriculture, and this is one of member of this association. We have the honor have invited Mr. Zhao Xin, Vice President of Inner Mongolia India Industrial Group. He's going to talk about how can we leverage the supply chain to create synergy between biodiversity conservation and carbon emission reduction. Eli Group, as one of the first companies responding to our calling, joined the alliance. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you, moderator. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to be here. For Eli, our group have businesses in the primary, secondary, and tertiary industries, starting from the herd raising to, so that's the upper stream. From that link, we need to consider about biodiversity and sustainability, as well as carbon peak and carbon neutrality. So we are very happy to be able to be part of the initiative of the China International Business Chamber. Since 2011, we have proposed this green industrial chain. That's not just about Eli, but together we're joining hands with our upper stream and lower stream partners to improve the sustainability capacity. Give you an example. In the production of our dietary products, all the way from the packaging materials, we will opt for more low carbon materials, for example, such as the cap of this package. It's from the like the plant called not producing sugarcane. So we are now doing some survey about our carbon emission together with our vendors, suppliers, and partners on the supply chain to carry out the evaluation and investigation of the carbon emission, so to say how we can achieve the 2 carbon targets. In terms of biodiversity conservation, we have many tries and areas and efforts. For example, we are one of the first batch of companies to sign a biodiversity commitment with the UN. How should we implement our commitments? Actually, we have launched a ED family action since the initiation of this action plan. We have done many things, including the treatment of desertification of grassland, the protection of Asian elephants. These are some of the examples of the projects we implemented. Let me give you an example. Asian elephants program. And this is very popular among the internet. And everyone is talking about the protection of the elephant day. We have protected 50,000 square meters of the habitat for Asian elephants, so they will have enough food. And we also have a slogan called "Let's call the Asian elephants back home for dinner." And since last week, we are working with the China Green Foundation. We have a strategic plan to protect the wild Asian elephants, including the training sessions for the staff, community work, protection and saving of the Asian elephants, the raising people's awareness. So it's a long-term effort with a huge investment. This is part of our strategic planning of the group. In addition, we also have other projects. We always say that the grassland is a vital part of the entire ecosystem, and the desertification of the grassland is a challenge nowadays. And people would be wondering, how can we engage with the business community or the private sector to really we can have some win-win situation in the protection of grassland. In Inner Mongolia, there is a Ecological desert. We have introduced the 2 types of vegetation. They are grasses. And now, as you can see, that the cereal production, one cereal will be used as feed for animals, horses, for example. Nowadays, with planting these grasses, we have helped more than 40,000 moons of land and returning them into greenland. And since 2018, the vegetation coverage of this Kerchinchi meadow has increased from 10% to 90%. So I think these are some of the explorations and our experiences. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Well, actually, we really would like to hear more from our guests. Mr. Fan mentioned Christopher, FAO, all said what kind of Chinese experiences can be drawn by the international community. And I would like to use the last several minutes to see if there's any recommendations. Is Carlos still online Carlos from FAO? Oh, Carlos is online. I'm afraid that we cannot hear you. Have you muted yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. Please be brave.
Yeah, this is such an exciting topic that it's hard to do it, but I'll try. But again, thank you for asking me this question. I wanted actually to mention something during my first intervention, as we are very, very proud and excited of our work here in China in mainstreaming biodiversity activities in the country. I did mention some of our global policies and actions, initiatives, etc. But many of these initiatives right now we are putting into practice and are being implemented here in China. I did mention also some examples that like some of the GEF projects that have actually generated a lot of resource mobilization in addition to the grants from the GEF that are very important projects covering many ecosystems such as farmlands, forests, wetlands, lakes, and in 17 provinces, autonomous regions and municipalities, all the way from Heilongjiang in the north of China to Hainan in the south of the country. I'm very glad that we have achieved remarkable progress in promoting biodiversity conservation and restoration in China via different mechanisms such as policy development, pilot activities, capacity building, public awareness raising, knowledge sharing, etc. We have developed several national and provincial policies and regulations and technical guidelines to assist this issue of mainstreaming biodiversity. We have worked with several partners in doing innovative mechanisms and practices to implement our projects in biodiversity. We have done a lot of training and exchange activities organized at different levels and different types of practitioners as well. And of course, many visibility activities, which are extremely important to raise public awareness on biodiversity conservation, including the education of young people. In collaboration with MARA, FAO has also advanced sustainable agricultural mainstreaming and biodiversity in the agricultural sector, such as on-farm conservation and sustainable use of globally important local varieties of crops, or the transformation of China's agro-landscapes and agri-food value chains towards environmental and ecological sustainable at scale. Apart from government partners also various stakeholders have to be very active, and they have participated as well and benefited from our projects. Research institutes, international, national, government, non-governmental organizations, and to mention a few, private sector, residents, communities, etc. As an international agency, FAO will continue working with and further contribute to biodiversity conservation in China and the world. And FAO China itself, as always, is highly values the significance of continue collaborating with the Chinese government and all stakeholders in promoting biodiversity in an inward and outward manner by working with China, from China, and for China. Thank you very much. Xixi.
Thank you, Carlos. Since we have a very limited time, we need using the last minutes maybe to invite our guest here here to provide what's your insight about how can we contribute for the future using the China's experiences. Now, you can pass if you don't have the. You don't need.
I want to just mention 4 points. 4点，第一就是中国。
4 points. First, R&D of agriculture increasing the per unit productivity. And second, we should learn how to these sound management practices, such as national parks, and we need to share the community protection experiences, which Yunnan has done very well.
Comments. First, I would like to congratulate Director General Li. Shenzhen is the city that I have visited the most since I moved to China, and I'm very impressed by the urban planning, the electrical vehicles, the restoration of nature, and I think this integrated approach to a city's development is one of the success stories that I would recommend China to build bilateral and multilateral environmental cooperation with the South on. And secondly, I mentioned Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative, which is a 3 billion kroner annual initiative. It is like 2 billion RMB. But if we're gonna make the big changes that Giovanni was talking about and that other speakers have been talking about, we need to align the finance and business flows with the nature and climate that we need. And that requires the central banks. So we, the Norwegian delegation, we took note of the request from the business representative yesterday to get more climate and nature-friendly regulations, and we hope to work with all of you in this forum to make that happen.
Thank you. 下面的嘉宾最好用1分钟以内。
So the following speakers, could you please limit your speech to within 1 minute? If you have nothing to say, you can just pass on the mic to the next speaker. So Mr. Lee, could you please use 1 minute to summarize what you just said? You mentioned what you did. Could you please summarize the most effective policy or practice that other people can learn? Can draw experience from. So I think the innovation of the mechanism is the most important one, because Shenzhen, we took the lead and established this environmental assessment. It's like appraisal KPI for government officials. And second, we also have this kind of another system for ecological conservation, which including the land use, land development, resources uses have all been included into this assessment system. And for these SOEs in Shenzhen, every year, we will do a ranking about their performance. And this will become important indicators for the appraisal and also for the promotion. And second, in Shenzhen, we have established another mechanism. Previously, we focused on GDP, but now we are do this evaluation of GDP. But in the future, we will combine GDP with the GEP growth ecosystem product, and that's about policy. Then part of incentives. Some people mentioned that biodiversity conservation need money, need fund. Then Shenzhen has an incentive or bonus mechanism, and Dahongbang, which enjoys a very good ecosystem. Since 2016, the local government have some incentives or like these subsidies provided to the indigenous people, which has played a major role in the ecological protection of the local people. And this is not just to protect the nature, but also the livelihood of the indigenous people.
The third is about the public participation for Shenzhen municipality. Shenzhen has established the first domestic natural school, for which we do have as many as 27 natural education center, for as many as 141 registered natural protections organizations, for which these have contributed greatly to the overall environmental protection in Shenzhen city. As we can see that for those related organizations that we mentioned before, they have been very helpful for us to move forward. As we can see that biodiversity conservation is closely related to every person. For us, we are trying our best to encourage and to advocate the efforts from every individual, from our citizens. As we can see that our time is now running off. So as to save more time for Keqiang, for the summary, we like to say that the Kunming Declaration is about some kind of scientific cognition to our consensus about how to make our initiatives into reality, and by to integrate our activities and actions. All these need our practices. As we can see that in the past 10 years, experience have told us that for any single section cannot achieve the goal of biodiversity conservation. While for us, biodiversity conservation, it can be integrated into our practice framework, which regards as PPRR, for which we can just establish various partnership between our biological sectors and our financial sectors, for which we're going to start actions on October 26th. So we're going to thank our guests today again by a great applause for them. Thank you again. Thank you. For the next, I'd like to give the floor to the Director of China Wild Plant Conservation Association, Mr. Li Runming. So we're going to invite the next group of guests. So thank you.
好，时间的关系吧，我就直接。
Due to our limited time, we'd like to start now. Respected Dr. Huang, our respected guests, dear leaders, ladies and gentlemen, our dear friends, good afternoon. I am the moderator for Dialogue 2 Practice and Progress of Biodiversity Mainstreaming, Mr. Li Runming. Since the effecting of the Biodiversity in Act, since its effect on 1993, as we can see that since the closing of the Natural Biodiversity Conservation Alliance, for which we can see that there are as many as 33,315 species of are now in danger. As we can see that the decrease of those biodiversity has imposed great danger to the human beings. For us, this is also the reason why we are conducting Dialogue Session 2, Practice and Progress of Biodiversity Mainstreaming. The first speaker for the first guest for this session is Peter Jackson, the Global Partnership of Plant Conservation. Also, Mr. Paul Smith, the Botanic Gardens Conservation International, BGCI, Traffic, 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 Madam Atasidia Timosina. Also, the Nanjing Institute of Environmental Science researcher Liu Yan, the Minzu University of China professor Long Chunling, the Secretary General of Guangdong Changlong Qimlong Charity Foundation Dong Guixin, the Vice Chairman of ByteDance Public Welfare Foundation Ms. Yang Jie, and also representative of social activities Chinese young actor Mr. Zhang Xinchen. Also, we have welcomed and invited our friends from various sectors to talk about the practice and progress of biodiversity mainstreaming. As we can see that all our guests are now on the floor, on the stage. Due to our limited time, we're going to, as we can see that we do have the video session for which we do have invited all those guests from international circle. We'd like to play the video first. After that, we'd like to invite the comments from you. First, we'd like to invite you to play the video from GPPC, Mr. Peter West Jackson. So please.
It is an honor and pleasure for me to be invited to participate in this important meeting. The coming year certainly represents an important milestone year for biodiversity worldwide, when it is anticipated that the international community will adopt the proposed new global biodiversity framework, setting objectives, goals, milestones, and indicators for the achievement of a vision for 2050, when the biodiversity is valued, conserved, restored, and wisely used, maintaining ecosystem services, sustaining a healthy planet, and delivering benefits essential for all. That being the vision statement that was included in the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity, adopted in Nagoya in 2010. It remains every bit as relevant and urgent as it was a decade ago. The adoption of the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation, the GSPC, by the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2002 provided a new impetus for many more botanic gardens to develop coherent, focused and well-resourced plant conservation actions in support of the achievement of the GSPC targets. The mobilization of the botanical community for this work has been notable, adopting this set of principles and objectives and sharing their expertise, experience, skills and resources to undertake effective plant conservation throughout the world. Moreover, the development of national and regional plant conservation strategies by a number of countries, the CBD parties, has been notable too, amongst which are Brazil, China, Colombia, Europe, Indonesia, Mexico, the Philippines and South Africa. Between them, these countries include more than 50% of the world's plant diversity. In the recent 6th national reports to the CBD in 2020, 61 parties reported voluntarily on progress towards the achievement of the 16 GSPC targets. Such work in progress to date provides an excellent backbone to ensure that plant conservation continue to be achieved within the context of the Global Biodiversity Framework. The most recent Global Biodiversity Outlook, the GBO5 report, also noted that more progress in plant conservation had been made than would have happened without the GSPC, encouraging the development of new programs related to plant conservation in such areas as conservation biology, conservation genetics, ecological restoration, climate change and mitigation, species recovery, and the conservation of traditional knowledge related to plants. The consultations were also informed and enhanced by the results of 2 meetings held in China in 2019, which resulted in the Sichuan-Bana Declaration on Plant Conservation and the declaration from the World Forum on the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation held in Chengdu. All of these consultations considered what should be the elements of a post-2020 global strategy for plant conservation. Since then, such a draft strategy has been developed and aligned with and nested within the draft Global Biodiversity Framework. It highlights where plant conservation brings added value. It identifies specific plant conservation actions that are urgent for the coming years and suggests indicators for each area. It provides technical rationales relevant to each draft target and suggests the means for their measurement. This draft has been provided to the CBD Secretariat and was made available as an information document for Substa 24. At the Substa informal meeting held earlier in 2021, a range of countries spoke in favour of a post-2020 GSPC. Consequently, the Substa 24 report noted that the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework should take into account a follow-up to the GSPC. All of the proposed goals and targets of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework are relevant to plant conservation. The Global Partnership for Plant Conservation remains committed to assisting parties to achieve many plant conservation objectives worldwide. We are conscious that more work is needed to reach approval of the future Global Biodiversity Framework, but we aim to encourage and support the CBD parties to develop and incorporate within the framework a draft GSPC post-2020 aligned with the targets and milestones proposed for 2030 en route to the achievement of living in harmony with nature by 2050. A continued GSPC and the inclusion of a specific series of plant targets in the GBF as part of the decision on post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework at COP will ensure that the momentum achieved to date can be sustained and that the future of thousands of plant species and their habitats currently at risk can be secured. We hope this will receive the active support of parties during the coming COP negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Weiss. We're going to move on to the second video. We're going to have the comments collectively. we're going to invite the video from Paul Smith from BGCI.
This opportunity to speak in this CBD forum about the global strategy for plant conservation, a subject which is very close to my heart. Peter's reflections on the success of the global strategy for plant conservation are fully justified. The GSPC has been very successful over the past 20 years in mobilizing the botanical community around a common set of goals and targets. A particular strength of the GSPC has been its logical approach to gathering and using data for the best conservation outcomes. Unfortunately, the overall status of biodiversity has continued to deteriorate by every measure since 1992. Implementation of the CBD's objectives has been patchy, and a lack of clearly measurable targets and indicators that every country can sign up to has been a major impediment to political buy-in and implementation. As we approach the much delayed Conference of the Parties meeting in Kunming, there's been much talk of a Paris moment for biodiversity and the need for a headline indicator equivalent to the Climate Convention's 2 degrees Celsius. At the recent World Conservation Congress in Marseille, there was strong support for the 30 by 30 idea of protecting 30% of terrestrial and marine ecosystems by 2030. However, there was also recognition that we need to go beyond protection and start to restore and repair the damage that we have done to the environment. The restoration focus of Draft 1 of the Global Biodiversity Framework is reflected in its proposed Target 2, which seeks to ensure that at least 20% of degraded freshwater, marine and terrestrial ecosystems are under restoration, ensuring connectivity among them and focusing on priority ecosystems. The main indicator for this target is the percentage of degraded or converted ecosystems that are under restoration, disaggregated by ecosystem type. And the existing monitoring framework cited is the Food and Agriculture Organization's Task Force on Monitoring Forest Landscape Restoration in support of the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. A potential problem for terrestrial ecosystems is that forest landscape restoration encompasses many different landscape interventions, including plantations, agroforestry, natural regeneration, active restoration, and so on. And not all of these are optimal for biodiversity recovery. In addition, although forest landscape restoration approaches include excellent biodiversity safeguarding and enhancement principles, in practice, these are often subordinate to social or economic needs, for which there are equally strong and rational principles. The proposed wording under the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation is much more explicit about restoration for enhanced biodiversity. Specifically, it seeks to ensure that by 2030, at least 20% of degraded ecosystems are being restored using native plant species, including species of conservation concern, to be resilient, biodiverse, and to provide ecosystem services. Our intention is that the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation is nested within the Global Biodiversity Framework, but its strength will continue to be more precise language and targets related to the conservation of plant diversity, which underpins all biodiversity. The GSPC also provides a more ambitious framework, which more ambitious countries, like China, can work to. In a session on the Global Biodiversity Framework that I attended in Marseille, David Cooper was asked what he most hoped for in the COP15 negotiations. And he said that he hoped that there would be a race for the top, with countries making commitments that go above and beyond whatever is agreed with the Global Biodiversity Framework. I know that as host country, China will lead that race to the top. What cannot happen is a race to the bottom, in which a few countries reduce global ambitions to a level which is meaningless. The focus on restoration in the post-2020 framework also presents botanic gardens with major opportunities. We grow or conserve over 40% of threatened plant species globally, and we have the skills, data, and knowledge to support biodiverse restoration and individual species recovery. BGCI's recent State of the World's Trees report tells us that at least 17,500 tree species are currently threatened with extinction. That is more than all of the world's mammal and bird species combined. Losing even a single tree species is a tragedy not just for that one species, but for potentially thousands of other dependent species too. In the world's botanic gardens, we grow around 18,000 species of trees. We need to share our skills and data with governments and broader society to help ensure that extinctions are avoided. The Global Tree Portal, which was launched with the State of the World's Trees report, is a roadmap for tree species recovery, indicating which species need our help with recovery and where they occur. The country syntheses in the portal are scorecards, indicating which species are conserved in situ and ex situ and which species are not. Thus, we have an essential role in providing data to guide policy, as well as a more practical role in supporting species recovery actions. I'm excited and optimistic about the next decade. Our work in botanic gardens and arboreta has never been more important, and BGCI and its partners will do all we can to make sure that we play our part in protecting and restoring our planet. I sincerely hope that the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation continues to be a useful and innovative framework, and that it continues to promote an ambitious and challenging agenda. We urgently need to reverse the current trend of biodiversity loss before it is too late. We won't get another chance, and future generations will be right to judge us harshly should we fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul Smith. Now let's play the next video from Anastasia Timosheya, the President Chairman of Wildlife.
Dear distinguished guests, I'm honored to receive the invitation to participate in the side event organized by the Ministry of Ecology and Environment of China during the CBD COP15. On behalf of Traffic, a leading non-governmental organization working globally on trade in wild animals and plants in the context of both biodiversity conservation and sustainable development, I wish the conference great success. As far as trade in flora is concerned, Traffic supports global activities to ensure that illegal and unsustainable trade is eliminated and that sustainable and legal trade is enabled. This is in line with the delivery of the commitments under the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation and AHU targets, aiming to ensure long-term survival of species, as well as livelihoods and access to biodiversity that provides food, shelter and medicine to millions of people around the world. Traffic facilitated the development of the International Fair Wild Standard and Certification Scheme for sustainable wild harvesting of plants and fungi, contributing to poverty alleviation by improving livelihoods of harvesters. Fair Wild has been registered in China and accredited by the Certification and Accreditation Administration of the People's Republic of China in 2018. We hope that the standard and certification scheme can be localized in China and support stakeholders in China to develop national or industry sector standards and certifications. Sustainable trade in herbal ingredients used in traditional Chinese medicine, or TCM, is a national imperative in China and internationally, where TCM serves as an important contributor to foster South-South collaboration along the Belt and Road Initiative and through high-level engagement, such as the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. Traffic piloted several conservation initiatives in Zhejiang, Sichuan, and Jilin provinces, through collaborating with local government, leading companies, community cooperatives, and academia to promote sustainable harvesting of wild medicinal plants. and responsible trade in the traditional Chinese medicine market. This is particularly well expressed in our work in Zhejiang province, with the local government, community, and DCM companies, which contributes to the task and theme of clear water and green mountains are as good as mountains of gold and silver, raised by President Xi Jinping as the governor of Zhejiang province in 2005. Traffic developed a campaign method around social and behavioral change and demand reduction, utilized in several cases in China, for instance focusing on encouraging responsible consumption choices of tropical rosewood. It is a good example of promoting green lifestyle, as Premier Li Keqiang mentioned in his opening remark at the IUCN World Conservation Congress held in September 2021. Finally, traffic is very encouraged to see that the first draft of the Global Biodiversity Framework continues to address the issue of harvesting, trade and use of wild species in the proposed Target 5 and the continuous emphasis on sustainable use and its benefits to people in Target 9. We hope that the negotiation on this and the other targets also take into consideration the systemic changes required to both reduce illegal and unsustainable trade and promote sustainable practices to reduce this threat across various species and commodities. We also call on parties to publicly commit to providing the technical and financial support and resources needed for countries to effectively implement the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, as well as establish clear and structured mechanisms to assist countries in building capacity for their national monitoring efforts for the sustainable future of nature and people. Thank you.
Just now, we just follow the topics of the previous speakers, and Madame Timoshena is a close friend and old friend of us. As you can see that she is very familiar with China's environmental protection policies, practices, and the programs, and we call her Sister Na. So today we also have the honor to have Madame Xu Ling, the Director of Traffic Office in China, to be here today. Traffic is committed to protect the wild species and their research, their treat in collaboration of many departments of the Chinese government. They've done extensive work, and also they have cooperated with us in the implementation of CITES. They have played a very important role, so thank you. And also I would like to introduce a little bit about Peter Jackson and Paul Smith. They are old friends to China. Researchers are very familiar with them. So today we have the honor to have Madame Wen Xiangying, the director of the Chinese office of BGCI. The two of them have long been committed to the biodiversity conservation of China. They have close contact with us. Since 2003, the two organizations has initiated the Global Plant Protection Initiative, which has been later included into the CBD. So we have frequent correspondence, including the wild species protection, the utilization of the species. There are various of studies, especially in 2019, under the initiation of the National Grassland Administration, we have organized a summit with very, far-reaching global influence. There are 37 countries as their representatives, and this is also have been well commended by the CBD Secretariat. We have launched the 10-year report of China's biodiversity conservation. The report has been included into one of the main achievements of this conference, COP15. There will be publications. If you go out, you see on this booth that there were some books out there. The one that's the most obvious will be this one. So we would like to say thank you to both of them for their contributions to China's biodiversity conservation. Distinguished guests, China is one of the countries with the most diverse biodiversity. In recent years, we have complemented our legislative system and management system as well. We also have deepened our international cooperation. Since the 18th NPC, guided by Xi Jinping thought on ecological conservation, China prioritized green development and promoted the protection of the ecosystem. We believe that the lush mountains and the lucid waters are invaluable assets. President Xi Jinping on the Biodiversity Summit of the United Nations called for we should be responsible for the civilizations and explore a path for harmonious coexistence between man and nature, improving our global governance capacity, and he made solemn commitment that China, in the spirit of building a community of shared future for mankind, makes active contributions to the global environmental governance. We have invited two weighty figures because there are wide coverage of the media about COP15 and also reported about her. Madame Liu Yan, she is the professor from Nanjing Institute of Environmental Science under MEE. Now let's give the mic to Madame Liu to talk about China's practices and achievements in biodiversity conservation. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, all the guests. I'm honored to be here to attend this panel and join the discussion about biodiversity conservation. Well, so my team is at the Biodiversity Conservation Research Center of NIES. It receives huge report from MEE and MIES. We are very happy to be part of the work of biodiversity conservation. On the white paper of biodiversity conservation, our team have been the main compilers of this white report. So we are very happy to be part of this noble cause, biodiversity conservation.
In response to the question raised by Mr. Li, I'd like to say that China has taken serious actions and initiatives since Convention entered into the force, particularly in the area of building national systems and institutional mechanisms for diversity conservation, and has taken the path with Chinese characteristics by contributing the Chinese wisdom to the international community. The process of mainstreaming biodiversity has accelerated significantly. According to academician Mr. Wei, as well as all those related speakers, they have talked about the mainstreaming, which starts from the year 2010, which was guided by Vice Premier of State Council, Mr. Li Keqiang, with 23 State Council departments as members have established the National Committee on Biodiversity Conservation of China. It is established to coordinate and promote national biodiversity work. The China Biodiversity Conservation Strategy and Action Plan 2011 to 2030 was released and implemented, for which as many as 22 provinces, including autonomous regions and municipalities, have formulated provincial biodiversity conservation strategies and action plans. The outline of the 14th Five-Year Plan for National Economic and Social Development and Vision 2035 has systematically deployed the implementation of major biodiversity conservation projects and the construction of a biodiversity conservation project. network as key efforts to enhance the quality and stability of ecosystems. Let's take Yunnan province for example. It is also one of the very province led by the provincial government to stipulate such protection guidelines at provincial level. This has set up as a pilot in this regard. The second is that those related regulations and legislation of such policies have been accelerated in fulfilling the concept of the rule of law with compact concept in Xi Jinping's thought, and ecological civilization has been fully implemented, and the strictest system has been adopted to protect biodiversity. With those different, in the past decade, more than 20 biodiversity-related laws and regulations, including the Environmental Protection Law, the Yangtze River Protection Law, the Wildlife Protection Law, and the Biosafety Law, have been stipulated and amended. In the year 2020, the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress voted to adopt the decision and comprehensively banning illegal wildlife trade, eradicating the bad practice of indiscriminate consumption of wildlife, and effectively safeguarding people's decision on comprehensively banning illegal wildlife trade by eradicating the abusive practice of eating wildlife and effectively safeguarding the life. All these different regulations and active actions have been adopted, including those different schemes, such as those biodiversity protection mechanisms, the national park system, as well as those related mechanisms and schemes, all have protected those very valuable resources for biodiversity conservation. All these are the very actions that have been taken by China. Also, I like to say that with those related different activities that have been conducted at different levels, all these have provided scientific and real statistics for those decision makers. In recent years, we have also released the China Biodiversity Red List by establishing various lists for the protection of plants and animals. All these have provided various statistics for those decision makers. Also, in the national list, also for the biodiversity protection, it has been incorporated in the key tasks of the Central Ecological and Environmental Protection Inspectorate. And special law enforcement actions such as combating the illegal trade in wildlife have continued to be carried out, by thus strengthening new law enforcement, supervision and accountability, and resolutely stopping and punishing illegal and unlawful acts that damage biodiversity. As we can see that China has embarked on a new journey to comprehensively build a modern socialist country and has always closely linked our destiny to that of the peoples of the world. We believe that China will continue to promote the construction of an ecological civilization and the protection of biodiversity, so as to carry out in-depth international cooperation and remain a defender, so as to build a harmonious and beautiful home for all things. Thank you. Thanks for your wonderful sharing with us. As we have heard Madam Liu's speech, she knows very much about our national policy, and she also paid a lot of attention to the policies. While for the NIS, we do have established the second round of the key protected animals list. We need to pay more attention to this regard. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Well, in the year 2019, in December that year, our National Bureau of Forestry and Planting have promoted various serving work. So by deepening into the minority groups in Yunnan province, as we can see that elephant was frequently covered and mentioned today. We, according by our survey, when we visit the Daoishan National Reservation area, it was a great place for which the protected species of wildlife accounts for as many as 5,859, for which in Jinping Fenshuilin Wildlife Protection Zone, it was included in the overall wildlife protection plan in Yunnan province in 1958, for accounting for as many as more than 3,000 wild species and as many as 565 species of those related animals. For us, while we are visiting the Changshan Erhai protection zone in Dali, we can see that there was an award that was signed by the then Premier, Mr. Zhou Enlai. We see that, well, that's a great surprise for us. As we can see that people for those places, they are developing themselves by protecting the wildlife and the environment. As we can see that for today, we find a great honor for us to invite Professor Long Chunling from Minzu University of China to talk about what can be done. So please. Thank you, Mr. Li. For us, for our country, for our ethnic biobotany, it is about researching into our people's perception of the protection of the wildlife, biodiversity, as well as those related eco-environment. For those people, they may have very limited knowledge, but in fact, they do have their own profound knowledge. By relying on such knowledge relating to biodiversity to succeed and try to evolve so that they can prosper. As a result, these are very important knowledge for us to look at. As we can see that the ethnic botany, it was established in the year 1982, starting from Xishuangbanna by ethnic autonomous municipality, autonomous prefecture, for which we can see that that is a very important place for us to look at. For us, we do see Professor Pei Shengji, also my supervisor. We do have the honor to become the first cohort of those students that are being supervised by Professor Pei to know about our ethnic botany and our ethnic ecology studies. As we can see that at a very early age, we have conducted various research and study into biodiversity. We can say that the earliest cohort of those working in ethnic biodiversity preservation or conservation starts from us. So for us, when we start doing this work, we have conducted various work relating to biodiversity. For example, by the end of 1980s and the early 1990s, we have adopted various projects relating to biodiversity, including the biodiversity research in Xishuangbanna, as well as cross-border biodiversity research, including the Fenshuilin protection zone in Jinping County. For this very place, it is a national wildlife preservation zone. It is connected with Vietnam. As a result, it is a cross-border protection area and conservation area. While we are doing such work, that is because for the people living there, they have accumulated their knowledge in knowing how to protect and the local resources. Also, for Xishuangbanna, it is connected with Laos and Myanmar. For us, we can know more about those related areas with the knowledge provided by the local people. As a result, we have conducted those researches we have mentioned. Also, from the very beginning of 1990s, we do have a mega project. That is, we conducted some kind of biodiversity research in Xishuangbanna relating to the rural times. As we can see that might be less developed, but according to our research, the local people know very much about the local wildlife resources as well as biodiversity, so as to sustain the local ecological system and to develop themselves. As a result, the research has been greatly appreciated by a lot of researchers, especially our fellows from international circle. For such work, it was conducted by us at an early age. While for the ethnic botany or zoology, that is great. That has generated great impact on the development of biodiversity in China. I like to say that there are two cases I like to share. The first is in Chuxiong Yi ethnic group autonomous prefecture, for which there are a lot of Yi people residing there. For those people living there, they know much about biodiversity as well as the local resources, especially for those aboriginal forests and the aboriginal trees as well as camellias, for which they have been very important for us to know about the biodiversity relating to the traditional knowledge. They have contributed to the protection and management of the local environment. While learning into these facts, we are trying to know more about how to help those people to sustain and to benefit. These cases are very successful and was established and was recognized by International Land Center, headquartered in Nepal, and was featured and promoted as one of the best cases. While for us, we can see that there are a lot of similar professors and researchers like us contributing greatly a lot to the biodiversity conservation. For example, for President Guo, he also joined the efforts together with us to work together to promote the agricultural food biodiversity. For such concept, it was accepted internationally, especially accepted by FAO and those related institutions. Also, there are a lot of projects and financing that are being input.
So these are some of the cases. Of course, we have a lot of ethnic botanics contributions to biodiversity conservation, and also have some achievements that are leading the world. So I'm not going to delve into the details due to the time constraint. Thank you, Mr. Lu, because we know that we have a very limited time and a packed agenda, because we know that Professor Long is very influential and has many graduates across the world. He's a very popular professor online. And Secretary General Dong said, I hope that you could do some advertising for him. And now let's move on to wild animals. Because China has very rich species of wild animals, now we have a senior wild expert here. Sometimes he looks very senior. He started his career as a very young man, all the way to be the Secretary General of Guangdong Channong Charity Foundation. And because his relationship or his passion for wild animals, he has long been supporting the protection of wild animals, especially in the R&D, the in situ and ex situ protections. He has played a major role. Now, with a very warm round of applause, now let's give the floor to Mr. Dong Guixing, Secretary General of Guangdong Channong Charity Foundation. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, all the guests. I also want to thank the organizing committee to give me this opportunity to share what Channong has done in biodiversity conservation. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the partners that have long been supporting us, such as the General Administration of the Customs and MEE and the authorities in wild animal protection in Guangdong Province. So I'm very grateful for their long-term support. Channong Charity has always stuck to the lucid waters and lush mountains are our invaluable assets concept. We are to the frontier of wildlife protection and building a good model for biodiversity conservation to provide a Chinese solution for the world. And the moderator just mentioned that there was a France summit held in Marseille. In the speech, they mentioned there are more than 30,000 species that are endangered. We have established a nature reserve base, more than 1,000 species and 60,000 wild animals are protected. We are now working with World Wildlife Association and to protect the wild animals. We are also working with FAO to protect the wild animal protection in Africa. We have initiated and created a foundation for wild animals as a private enterprise to support the global efforts in wildlife protection. We've done also extensive work in education and training in this regard. So we focus on the mainstream of biodiversity conservation and pioneered a program that combined wildlife living resources bank, scientific research, popular science education, cultural tourism, etc. So we have successfully addressed these long-term, time-consuming, very costly life resources banking of wildlife issue. Now we have incubated and protected more than 300 species of CITES Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 species, and more than 100 species of national first and second degree protected animals, including giant panda, South China tiger, Sichuan golden monkeys, orangutan, Asian elephant, African elephant, Asian rhinos, etc., etc. So the national and provincial leaders have visited Channong many times and fully recognized our ex situ protection work. In biodiversity conservation, we focus how to mainstream the effort with science and evidence. Our purpose is to protect the populations, and we pioneered the technology of relocating large populations of wild animals for conservation and education, made breakthrough in key technologies and applications such as natural, ecological, environmental wild animals and their protection, nutrition, health growth, etc. together with Zoo Research and Innovation Institute, as well as other international organizations, we have deepened the cooperation to protect the southern China tiger and put them back to the nature. We also carried out wildlife rescue work instead of including rescuing some dolphins. So actually, Chang'an in the rescue and protection of wildlife serves as a main platform. In terms of mainstreaming of this cause, we have adopted a diverse species population, beautiful nature, sound ecology model with multiple layers of efforts. And also, we combined these efforts, the protection of the wild animals, together with cultural and tourism, created Guangzhou Tourism Resort, Zhuhai Marine Life International Tourism Resort, which has provided knowledge of biodiversity conservation to more than 300 million people. These are very active contributions to the building of a community of shared future for all life on Earth. We have been awarded as a national excellent group for science popularization by the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Publicity Department of the CPC, Zhenju Committee, etc. So next, we will continue to explore how to protect the biodiversity, respect nature, follow its rules, and so as to create a prosperous, clean, and beautiful world with our Chinese contribution. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dong. He mentioned, he always said that he's not a good speaker, but I think his speech is wonderful today. You mentioned that you have educated more than 300 million young people about biodiversity conservation, and the National Forest as well as Grassland Administration is now promoting and encouraging 300 million young people go into the forests. Maybe we can have some cooperation with the development of China's technology. 5G is penetrating into all the corners of the world. Recently, I've learned some of the knowledge about new media, which is really mind-boggling. And these are playing active role in biodiversity conservation. I wasn't very familiar with BitDance, but MEE recommended the company to join our panel, and I later on found out they are the parent company of TikTok. So their influence is huge across the world. Everyone here, including children, are using TikTok. So today we are very happy to have Vice Chairman of BitDance Public Welfare Foundation, Madame Yang Jie. Thank you. And SG, I know that you have been sitting here all the afternoon. I really appreciate your time and effort. I'm very happy to be here. I've learned a lot. Have learned so many knowledges and the approaches, methodologies. I will also bring these best practices into my work. You have mentioned we have TikTok, we have Toutiao. Currently, we have business in more than 150 countries, and with more than 1.9 daily active users. Domestically, we have 600 million active users, DAUs. So speaking of biodiversity conservation, what kind of role BitDance can play? We have been thinking about this all the time. Maybe what we can do, as mentioned by Director Ren, is the participation of the general public, not just in China, but also across the world. This participation is very limited. Since we have such large user base and we have the technologies and the product, we can really leverage these advantages of the technologies, products, and users. And on our platform, we have these 130,000 creators that are popularizing science. So we hope what we can do can be divided into 3 steps. First, we link the people with the information, and so that the information will be more useful. So these creators can create biodiversity content and popularize them among the general public. I noticed that Wu Chong Xiaoliang, who has 18 million followers on TikTok, his content about biodiversity has been viewed more than 2 million times. And Changbaishan, Lao Man, a guy in Changbaishan, has posted on TikTok about a wild plant, about a wild eagle. So this video has been played more than 2.3 billion times, and many viewers said that, well, thank you for showing us such cute and lovely species. We must protect it. So these are the efforts what our creators can do. And what touched me most is Zhu Wenwen. He also delivered a speech on this meeting. On our platform, Zhu Wenwen focused on the wildlife rescue. In our contact with Zhu Wenwen, we focused on how can we turn the traffic of these creators into the value of biodiversity protection. She spent 4 years, and also on the platform of TikTok, he encouraged more than 1 million young people to plant these trees, shrub trees in Alatai area. Initially, Mengxinheli, a type of plant, was almost extincted and disappeared. And now, with her encouragement, many people planted this plant, and its population increased, coverage increased significantly. So we believe that with the platform, we can send out a positive energy and call for the general public to participate. That's the first step. Second, we hope that we can mobilize more people with more activities, and these general public or netizens, they can really put their knowledge, or they can take actions instead of just acquiring knowledge. On TikTok, as you can see, we have a nature functionality. We can use the functionality to identify the species. We can take a picture, and then it can tell us what species it is. And some other people can launch events as well. They can share the nature surrounding them, and more people will pay attention as well as know about nature much better. And the third step is critical. So when we have action and we have knowledge, how can we guarantee the effectiveness or the result of the action? Of course, we can have some fund and personal involvement, etc.
There are various protection activities that can be enjoyed by our customers and our users. The donation is important, but the most important is that we are trying to embrace both our actions as well as funding and those related activities. For us, the most important is about our intelligence, that is about how to do biodiversity conservation, about rural activities. The first is that we will distribute specific funding for biodiversity conservation. Also, we're trying to enrich the content in biodiversity conservation. Also, while we see those places with difficulties in biodiversity conservation, we will provide financial support for such places. While for the future, TikTok, we all try to increase our efforts in biodiversity preservation. We will also try to encourage and to support the masses to make it a public effort in protecting our environment. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yang Jie. By listening to your investment, we hope you can have more investment in botanical protection. With the deepening of civilization construction, ecological civilization construction, we can see that the lush Lucy waters and flush mountains are valuable assets, has been greatly appreciated by us. Also, we have one more representative, that is Mr. Zhang Xingcheng, the representative of social activities, a Chinese young actor, to share with his experience. We'd like to thank Director Li. It's a great honor for me to come to COP15. I'm Zhang Xingcheng. I'm an young actor. For us, this might not be related to this area or topic. This is a very young area, as we can see a lot of experts and scholars covering those topics relating to biodiversity conservation. The mainstreaming of such topic is important for us to look at, which is greatly appreciated by us. But for the mainstreaming part, it needs more efforts, which needs various efforts to be invested from all walks of life. For me, as an actor, I am one of the young people for the leading part. That is one of the prominent task for us. For biodiversity, it is one of the material base for us. Biodiversity conservation is important to our survival, while for biodiversity, it has been greatly threatened by our human activities. As we have mentioned, that biodiversity conservation needs to be correlated or connected with sustainable development. In terms of from international perspective, for the leading part, what I can do, I can join today's events. I can learn from and I can share with those related experts and professors. I will try my best to learn and try to understand and to share my experience with young people and try to lead them to invest their efforts in biodiversity conservation so as to put biodiversity conservation at a prominent place and help them to do real work in biodiversity conservation so as to promote the efforts in a holistic manner. Also, from my own perspective, I think that in terms of the publicity part, I'm so proud to serve as the representative of the wildlife protection by the China Wildlife Association. For me, as we have carried out various efforts in protecting different wildlife, including jet panda. While for us, we can see that there are various foods that are consumed by jet panda. For me, we can just know and learn more about those different species of animals. As we can see that biodiversity conservation is closely related to our daily work and life, so that we can educate the masses or the public about what we can do from our own perspective, so as to make sure that our efforts is greatly appreciated by the public, so as to promote biodiversity conservation efforts. From my personal perspective, I will also join efforts in promoting people's awareness in a scientific perspective. I have also joined various activities by donating to those kids in less developed areas. For those people, or for those kids, they're important for our future in terms of wildlife or about biodiversity conservation. I'd like to conclude my remarks by saying that Lucy Water and Flash mountains are valuable assets. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thanks for sharing with us. You are a qualified star or representative for charity work. We'd like to thank you for your support for biodiversity conservation. As we can see that due to our limited time, we're not supposed to spend every 1 minute for each representative. We'd like to invite Liu Yan to spend 1 more minute to conclude. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Director. I'd like to say that for today's event, with this discussion, I'm greatly encouraged with my work in biodiversity conservation. I do have a very strong sense of pride, and I feel so proud in doing such work. I am a scientific researcher, and also Mr. Long is a forerunner in our regard. And also we do have our different friends from different walks of life. We can see that there are a lot of young people standing by us. We are so glad to see so many people standing together to contribute to biodiversity conservation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Liu. Distinguished representatives, dear leaders, ladies and gentlemen, with today's dialogue, we do know about biodiversity conservation has a very important place in our national development. Biodiversity as a material base for the survival of humankind in the national overall protection as well as those related system construction. It has a place that cannot be replaced to effectively promote the effort in biodiversity conservation. It is important to us. It is also a necessary pathway for us to take for international cooperation and sustainable development. For me, this is all about my moderating. Now we're going to move on to the moderator for the Dialogue 3, Mr. Bruno Carrasco. So please.
Greetings.
好的。
In Theme Forum 2 of COP15 Ecological Civilization Forum that focuses on biodiversity mainstreaming. My name is Bruno Carrasco. I'm the Director General of the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department at the Asian Development Bank. I'm delighted to moderate this session with Dr. Xu, Deputy Director General, Nanjing Institute of Environmental Sciences. Before we start, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the Nanjing Institute of Environmental Sciences, the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, China Wild Plant Conservation Association, and the World Resources Institute, or WRI, for co-hosting this theme forum. The Asian Development Bank is very pleased to be one of the co-organizers. With that, I'd like to begin with a brief description of Session 3, Biodiversity Mainstreaming and Livelihoods in Wetlands. This session will showcase future directions for biodiversity conservation and restoration in wetlands and how these fit into the philosophy of ecological civilization in order to tackle the multiple threats of climate change, biodiversity loss, and degradation, and the need to support livelihoods. This session will launch the ADB Regional Flyway Initiative, or RFI, which is an exciting program that will bring priority wetland sites along the flyway under protection and sustainable management, benefiting biodiversity and people. We will discuss this important topic in the next 50 minutes. I would now like to invite Mr. Wu Chang'un, Managing Director General of the Asian Development Bank, to share ADB's keynote speech for the launch of the ADB Regional Flyway Initiative. A few words on Mr. He has been with ADB for more than 27 years in both operations and non-operation areas, including 11 years in climate change and sustainable development. Mr. has been a strong supporter of the Regional Flyway Initiative since its inception, and he will now share his insights through a pre-recorded video. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. 2 years ago, I had a great privilege of touring the spectacular Yancheng wetlands during the inauguration of the Jiangsu Yancheng Wetland Protection Project in the People's Republic of China. Looking across the vast area in front of me, I reflected on the immense value of these coastal wetlands and what they represent. It made me proud that the ADB's project had helped restore more than 4,500 hectares of wetlands and contributed to the successful listing of those wetlands as a UNESCO World Heritage Natural Site. The visit motivated me to support our plans to scale up strategic, long-term support for those highly threatened ecosystems upon which so many species and livelihoods depend. Today gives me a great pleasure to see the fruition of those plans and welcome you to the launch of the ADB's Regional Flyway Initiative in partnership with BirdLife International and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership Secretariat. Over the next 10 years, ADB, BirdLife International, and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, EAFP, together with a coalition of partners, will look to mobilize finance up to $3 billion for the East Asian Australasian Flyway, EAAF, wetland conservation. This will include the essential strengthening of capacity of local communities, governments, and civil society to ensure sustainability of such investments. This initiative will deliver a vast regional network of sustainably managed priority wetlands clusters along the EAAF, the most threatened global bird migration route extending across more than 20 countries from the Arctic Circle to New Zealand. ADB will work closely with our member countries to increase their investments in the restoration, protection, management of their wetlands for long-term economic and social benefits. Nearly 200 million people rely on the wetlands that lie along the EAF. The ecosystem services they provide support livelihoods with food and clean water and opportunities in recreation and tourism. Wetlands also deliver key flood regulating services, sequester carbon, and deliver adaptation to the changing climate. These wetlands also, of course, support great biodiversity. Over 50 million migratory water birds of more than 220 species, along with a diverse range of other animals and plant species, depend on the EAF's thousands of wetlands for food, shelter, and other essential needs. The water birds that rely on these wetland clusters or string of pearls serve as sentinels of regional and global environment change and will provide a charismatic focus for our activities. Sadly though, water birds and biodiversity in general are in continuous decline. Recent reports by the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services paint a very bleak picture. They list numerous worrying statistics such as 75% of the land environment is now considered as severely altered, and 1 million species are at risk of extinction. Targets to halt these trends are not being met, and there is a growing evidence to show that climate change impacts are already here, while we are still struggling to reduce the emissions to 1990 levels. We are now living the impacts of double crisis, with biodiversity being lost at the unprecedented rates and climate changing faster than previously forecasted. The world's wetland ecosystems in particular continue to be in a steep decline. According to Ramsar, the Convention on Wetlands, 35% of them has disappeared between 1970 and 2015. This is a rate 3 times that of forests. Land reclamation, agricultural expansion, infrastructure, and urbanization have driven these losses. Of all the world's major 8 flyways, wetlands along the EAF are under most threat. 20% of bird species that depend on EAF wetlands are globally threatened. To address the continuing biodiversity decline in the Asia-Pacific region, ADB has developed a nature-positive investment roadmap that will enable us to mainstream biodiversity, providing countries with better and more targeted support. We are also supporting financing for strategic, high-impact nature-positive programs that address regional ecological priorities. One such key program is the Regional Flyway Initiative. These focused efforts on biodiversity conservation will enable us to deliver our commitment under ADB Strategy 2030, whose third operational priority focuses on tackling climate change, building climate and disaster resilience, and enhancing environmental sustainability. In addition, the Regional Flyway Initiative will build on one of the ADB's key strengths of regional cooperation, which is a founding pillar of the bank. This continues to be an operational priority and is a cornerstone for a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific region. For the Regional Flyway Initiative, our vision over the next 10 years will be to support the protection of the sustainable management of at least 50 priority sites along the EAF, building a coherent network of sites to maintain and enhance species population, as well as delivering on ecosystem services and supporting local livelihoods. Over the next 2 years, ADB will help identify sites of international importance that deliver ecosystem services, support livelihoods, and protect migratory water birds. This will be done through a grant project. During this time, ADB will work with BirdLife International and in collaboration with the EAFP and other stakeholders to consult with governments, other convention secretariats, and development partners to produce a final list of priority sites for which investment concepts will be developed. As most countries along the flyway are EAFP partners, as well as ADB members, we look forward to strong collaboration. While the development phase is underway, the establishment of the sustainable financing mechanism is being explored. This will support the flyway in the long term. The aim of the initiative is to create a mechanism that can leverage funding from public and private sources that reach both governments and civil society to protect and restore these wetlands, generating benefits for nature, people, and climate. As the Regional Flyway Initiative moves into the implementation phase, a bottom-up approach will be used. We will work with the local communities supported by the local government and civil society, which will ensure local ownership of the rehabilitation and conservation of these critical wetlands and the biodiversity they support. In addition, ADB will look to use its Natural Capital Lab to build on natural capital valuation methods to help governments to recognize the essential contributions that these areas can provide to local and national economies. This programmatic approach will allow us to cultivate projects on a regional scale, bring in other development partners, and provide a platform for blended finance. You can rest assured ADB will be here for the long term. Taking inspiration from the birds that use the flyway, if we work together, we can sustain our long journey and arrive at our destination safely. Through this journey, we can deliver our ambitious target to restore and protect these wetlands for generations to come. We can also support the communities along the flyway and the magnificent birds who travel, rest, and nourish themselves from Russia to New Zealand. At ADB, we strongly believe that investing in wetlands is one of the best opportunities for delivering a green, inclusive, and resilient recovery beyond COVID-19. We hope you will join us in this worthwhile journey. Finally, I must say a huge thank you to those partners who have already pledged their support to this Regional Flyway Initiative. And of course, a huge congratulations to the organizers of this eco-civilization event and the Government of People's Republic of China for delivering under such difficult circumstances and for providing a platform for the launch of the Regional Flyway Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Wu Chong. Now, let's watch together an inspirational launch video of the ADB Regional Flyway Initiative, which includes the supportive messages from Masatsugu Asakawa, President of the Asian Development Bank. This will then be followed by a further message of support from Jeff's CEO, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez.
Wetlands and shore areas are crucial for birds, nature, climate, and people. Not only our daily survival depends on their health, but with our changing climate, wetlands desperately need to be protected and restored to help us resist climate change's destructive coastal impacts. COVID and recent climate-induced global environmental catastrophes teach us that our post-COVID recovery must put nature, therefore people, at the heart of the trillions of dollars the planet will spend to emerge from the economic devastation wrought on us. Ambitious and diverse financing and investment mechanisms can provide the resources necessary to take regional conservation to the next level. generating benefits not only for nature but for people, now and in the future.
ADB is excited to work with BirdLife International, the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, and other partners on this innovative project. ADB shares your commitment to environmental sustainability and climate resilience. We also know that there are prerequisites for economic growth and poverty reduction in Asia and the Pacific. As we rebuild from the pandemic, we must seize the opportunity to secure a green, resilient, and inclusive future. Our flyway-wide approach is a great example of how we can do this through strong international cooperation. ADB is proud to lead on efforts like this with a blended approach that brings together effective public and private finance.
The uniqueness and core values of East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership is based on the diversity of our 39 partners, which consist of national governments, international NGOs, intergovernmental organisations, as well as the private sector. As a partnership, we work together to promote healthy wetlands for migratory water birds and local communities by enhancing research, monitoring and information exchange. This collaboration with Asian Development Bank and BirdLife International will contribute to biodiversity conservation, improving livelihoods for local communities at important wetlands, especially vulnerable populations including women, youth and poor communities.
We will mobilize our extensive network of local partners along the flyway to collaborate with the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership and consult with local government, civil society actors, including other local conservation groups and representatives of local communities and indigenous peoples, to identify, design and implement the activities required to restore, protect and nurture these critical ecosystems with an innovative mechanism of blended finance.
Our unique BirdLife partnership presents most countries along the flyway, will rush us up and complement existing activities, ensuring exponential results greater than the sum of the parts. This is the special sauce we are at the BirdLife bring to the local, regional and the global conservation.
The recent addition as a UNESCO World Heritage Site of the Korean Gatebol tidal flats to the already inscribed Chinese Vientiane wetlands across from each other on the Yellow Sea immeasurably strengthens our momentum in protecting and restoring these priceless sites, a critical stopover for the 50 million migratory water birds who frequent the flyway.
It's not only birds who benefit. The wetlands along the flyway also provide important ecosystem services and resources to local communities. From food, ecotourism, essential protection against coastal erosion, tsunamis and storm surges, they improve water quality by filtering household and industrial pollution. Healthy wetlands are also important sources of carbon sequestration in our fight against climate change and can help us become more resilient to the impacts of a changing climate. This is an extraordinary, innovative and unique collaboration to effectively mobilize significant resources to protect and restore one of the planet's important flyways, its coastal wetlands and the critical resources they provide for birds, biodiversity and the people who live along them. Our partnership is just the beginning of what we hope will be a much bigger compact of organizations working together to save the flyway for nature, climate and people.
Here, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, CEO of the Global Environment Facility. It is a great pleasure to be here at the Eco-Civilization Forum in China. Really pleased to see that the Asian Development Bank and the countries from the Asia Pacific are really thinking on conservation approaches at the large scale. There are plenty of birds that annually migrate from the Arctic all the way to Australia and New Zealand. And in order to do that, they need to go through places that are extremely important to be preserved, particularly wetlands. There's all kind of different wetlands in this flyway that are extremely important in securing those migratory routes and in securing the population of this very important species for human and for the planet. The Global Environmental Facility has been working with the Asia-Pacific countries in the creation of protected areas, in the definition and management of biological corridors. We have worked with many of these species, many of these birds that are extremely important for the ecosystems. We have worked with them throughout many years. We have worked in creating the system of protected areas, and we have worked in establishing the conservation trust funds that can give countries the possibility to manage those protected areas and those ecosystems. But nowadays, as we understand better migratory routes, as we understand better the needs for ecosystems to have a regional approach, we began to see the work that BirdLife and the bank and the countries are doing with these very, very interesting regional approaches. Jeff looks into the regional approach as a great way to have more impact. At the same time that Jeff works more integrated. In the past, Jeff worked a lot with the species, but not necessarily interconnected with the need for countries to adapt and mitigate climate change. So more integration is happening through the portfolio of the Jeff project as we look also at the regional level. The Jeff will be there with BirdLife and the bank in supporting the countries this regional approach so we can secure and guarantee healthy ecosystems through the flyways. Thank you all. I enjoyed the conference, and on behalf of the Global Environment Facility, I want to congratulate everybody.
I would now like to give the floor to my co-moderator, Dr. Xu, Deputy Director General of the Nanjing Institute of Environmental Sciences. Dr. Xu has a rich experience in biodiversity and wetland conservation, and we look forward to hearing some of his insights while leading the panel discussion. Over to you, Dr. Xu.
谢谢卡洛斯。
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Bruno Carrasco. From these videos and online remarks, we know that ABD has, through a lot of effort and investment into biodiversity conservation, in the future, in the flyways and natural capital, your efforts are vital. Now let's look at the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation, and we are going to have some in-depth discussion. Today we have invited 4 guests. 2 of them are joining us online. The first one is Hank Paulson, the founder and chairman of Paulson Institute.
And also we do have Guo Huijun, president of Southwest Forestry University. Mr. President Guo has stipulated various stipulations relating to the wetland protection in Yunnan province, etc., as well as those different reports. Also, we do have Mr. Shi Juntao, a researcher from Yunnan Academy of Social Sciences. He is an expert in wetland protection. He has his profound study in wetland ecological system. Also, we do have Patricia Zurita, the CEO of BirdLife International. Thanks for your participation. First, we're going to invite Hank Paulson about those related questions. So we're going to show the video first.
Thank you for the launch of this important initiative. There are many reasons for doom and gloom these days, but the work being done here by the Asian Development Bank, BirdLife International, and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership is a real cause for optimism. It's just the kind of collaborative and innovative approach that will be required to save our wetlands and other ecosystems. The Paulson Institute is proud to be a partner. I've spent a lot of time throughout my career thinking about the intersection of finance and nature conservation. And just last year, the Paulson Institute released a groundbreaking study on financing nature. Here's one of the top line messages. The role of governments is central to providing the right policy and regulatory structure to protect nature. But governance alone cannot deliver all of the financing needed to protect our planet. The private sector has an essential role to play. We need to better harness the power of markets to protect nature, and that's exactly why this regional initiative is so important. It provides an opportunity to blend public and private funding through loans to local and national governments, as well as grants to civil society and local communities. This will help to ensure the critical wetland links of the flyway are conserved and restored. China and Asia have become a global testing ground for innovative concepts in green finance, and if successful, could shape standards, practices, and regulatory policies for much of the world. With the support and participation of civil society, local communities and volunteers can provide on-the-ground conservation expertise required. We can make a real difference. Coastal wetlands along this flyway of mudflats, mangrove forests, and seagrass beds are critical habitats for 15 million migratory waterbirds. These ecosystems protect cities and communities from sea level rise and storm surges and provide other services for more than 200 million people. I salute the imagination, ambition, and innovation that is behind this project, and I look forward to seeing it become a pilot for the planet's other important flyways.
好，感谢。
Thank you. We'd like to thank Paulson for your wonderful presentation. We look forward to the Paulson Institute about the efforts. Now we're going to give the microphone to President Guo to talk about why the EAFP is important. Our distinguished moderators, thank you for accompanying us. It's a great honor. We'd like to thank you, as we can see that we do have Professor Long Chunling from Minzu University of China. He is a pioneer in this regard. I didn't have done enough work in this regard. I have conducted various work in wetland management. As Mr. Xu has mentioned the importance of wetland conservation, I like to say that for we Chinese, we do have a wide range of wetland types with a total area of 53.6 million hectares, accounting for 7% of world's wetland area, ranking 4th in the world and 1st in Asia. These wetlands not only have important functions such as water conservation and carbon sink, but also provides excellent habitat for animals and plants due to fertile soil, sufficient water, and strong productivity. And also due to we do have a rich life with rich biodiversity. As we can see that the wetland system is very important. But there's been sufficient attention that has been paid to such factor. But also in the most typical biodiversity that's in the wetland birds. These birds are not only an important part of wetland biodiversity, but also play an important role in maintaining the biodiversity of the whole wetland ecosystem, such as transmitting seeds for plants and providing food for other organisms. According to some statistics, there are as many as 257 species of wetland birds in China, most of which are migratory birds. Among these birds, those wetlands provided great places for such. As we can see that among these birds, there are 42 species of threatened species in the world, with 10 species of national first-class key protected birds and 42 species of second-class key protected birds in China. For those wetlands, they are not only important stops for migratory birds to migrate north and south, but also important breeding and wintering places for wetland birds in the world. As we can see, they are about the gas state for those wetlands on those different channels. They are just like gas station on the highway by providing vital food, water, and the rest for migratory birds from the south to the north. Also, we like to say that the EAFP, there's another epic lifeline which is closely related to the plateau, starting from the Russian Far East and Alaska, passing through those 22 countries, passing through China's eastern coastal provinces to Australia and New Zealand. As we can see that for those very place that is related to as many as 3 billion populations, food safety, water safety, and other different factors. There are other different functions that are being played by those bird channels. For those different, we do have the Napa Lake and Bina Lake, as well as those different wetlands that located in Tibet. Also, there are some international wetlands. We do have some very famous. We do have those famous birds that are on this very channel, for which we do have those. The black-necked crane is the only crane in the world that lives on the plateau all this life. Since the 1980s, Chinese scientists have finally found out the migration route and important breeding, resting, and wintering places of the black-necked crane by means of ring chronicles, satellite tracking, and other means for more than 40 years. On this is about the second part I'd like to cover. Also, for the Chinese government, since the year 2003, I started working in the Forestry Bureau. It's a great honor for me to join our efforts at national and different levels to work on the planning for wetlands at the 11th five-year plan. Also, we have stipulated various regulations. My experience is that in the protection of migratory birds, China has made great work, and we have achieved great success in this regard. Also, I like to say that the ecological civilization as evaluating factor, one among which the wetland coverage or rate is one of the important factors for us to look at. Also, there's a plan for the protection of wetlands. Our National Bureau for Forestry and Grasslands have made great efforts with those related plans have been stipulated at different levels. Also, scientific decision and also decision made by the law is important for us to look at, are also important for us to look at. In terms of scientific decision, I like to say that our government, especially for our National Bureau for Forestry and Grassland Administration, we have made great efforts. We have established a large number of research institutions, including the National Plateau Grassland Wetland Research Center, as well as those related scientific committees that have been established, which engaged a large number of scientists. As we can see that the management of wetland have been stipulated and proposed at different levels. All these have made great efforts in the protection of wetlands, as well as the mainstreaming of the migratory birds. Also, I like to say that in terms of wetlands, in terms of restoration, we have seen great effects. That is, for the restoration of wetlands, those migratory birds have been greatly helped. For those long disappeared birds, they have been disappeared for a long time and they reappeared, especially for the black-necked crane. All these different species, they have increased from as many as 180 to as many as 1,300. Also, I'd like to advise by saying that we, as led, guided by ecological civilization construction, we need to coordinate our efforts from different aspects. We have a lot of regulations and frameworks. We do share one similar goal, but how to coordinate different frameworks and agreements, this is a question for us to look at. Because I see there are a lot of contradictory aspects for us to look at. And the second is that we need to pay attention to the high plateau wetland biodiversity conservation, because for the high plateau wetland that is a relatively closed place, for which once it is damaged, it is difficult for us to restore, and it takes a very long circle for us to restore such wetlands, because such lakes are relatively closed, and it takes a very relatively longer period of time to restore, especially for those particular species. They exist in those certain areas. Also, I like to say that for the mainstreaming part, I like to say that education is important for us to look at, because for me, I think we need to pay attention to those high school students or elementary school students. If we can help them to know about the importance of the protection of such areas, that will be very helpful. By doing so, can we help to reduce our concern in the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation? Thank you. Thanks for sharing with us about the importance of wetland in the protection of migratory birds, as well as what we have done in the protection efforts. We're going to invite our next speaker, that is Mr. Shi, the researcher from Yunnan Academy of Social Sciences. She will share with his experience from this regard. So please.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this precious time to share some of my experience and thoughts, and thank you for the question. Actually, I'm an expert in humanistic science. I've been working in this field for more than 40 years. In Yunnan, this miraculous field of land, and many friends have mentioned the honey terrace field. And this is my inspiration. With the years of experts, with the Honghe prefectural government and other partners, we have established the honey rice paddy terraces. I believe that wetlands, especially during this COP15 and this Subforum, we are talking about mainstreaming of biodiversity. When I heard about this term, I kind of returned back to the land of my ancestors and my hometown. Mainstreaming of biodiversity, ecological conservation is not a new concept. It's actually something passed down from our ancestors from across the world, and they have such ideology or concept in various parts of the world. So I believe, be it the Western philosophy or Eastern philosophy, this is the most fundamental thing, be it Aristotle or Confucius or Laos or Taoism, these gurus. Ecological conservation is always there, has always been there. Wetland is one of the 3 major ecosystems, including the marine ecosystem, terrestrial ecosystem. And these terraces were created more than 1,300 years ago. My ancestors lived in Daliangshan area, which was jointly created by the ancestor of my group and of Yi people. There were historical records about these terraces. People have digged the land and then formed the terraces. According to the legend of our group, there was a bird, a giant bird, and this giant white goose have turned itself into a piece of land. So these terraces were actually followed or copied the form of the wings of the wild goose. And this is also according to some historical epic. This is where the place our souls return to when we died, when we leave the world. And our ancestors transformed themselves from these nomadic people into the herdsmen. These Baishan, a type of bird, have very high requirements for the water resource, the water quality, and the natural environment, and they have brought the honey, guide the honey people. The bird, Baishan bird, guided the honey people to create these terraces. So the Baishan bird is the lucky bird of our group. In honey language, we call it Ama. Ama is basically means mother, mom. For white goose, we call it Acho Ama. For Baishan bird, we call it Ge Ama in honey language. So during the spring sowing season, there will be another bird. We have all kinds of names for these birds in honey language. In order to provide good habitat for these birds, we have invented a very unique farming method, which is quite different from what the Han people do. That's soaking the seeds in the water. We soaking it for a very long time. When we harvest the grains, we immediately put the grains into the water, which, if you go to the terrace, you will see that these water are covering the seeds along the terraces at each step. So it has kind of elevated the water at the ground all the way up into the mountain top. And within this water of the terrace, there are all kinds of many wild species, wild animals. For example, such as the rice-field eel. So, as the anthropologist, I think that we should talk more about culture. We're talking about technology, practices, but I think the biggest differentiator between man and animal, human beings and animals, is culture. We have established a very holistic system of this bird's protection, for this bird's protection. For example, for each village, there should be like a forest, which is forbidden for any human being. You cannot go into the forest, otherwise there will be some curses, you will be punished. And for the villages, they are normally surrounded by all kinds of these villages. Some of them are for landscape, for aesthetic, and some of them are for practical purposes. But without such forests, a village cannot be called a hardy village. And these forests are really good habitat for birds and animals, for forest animals. Our farming of the forest system based on our observance of these migratory birds, as well as the growing and withering of the plants. In the spring, a special type of bird may come here, and then we know it's time to sow the seed. So honey group is a ethnic people that living in harmony and living together with birds. That is a very good example of harmonious coexistence between man and nature. So we welcome all of you to honey, to our village. According to my past 4 decades of history, we have a terrace system. The reason I can say this for sure is because I have attended the first terrace summit, and I'm the chairman of the International Terrace Association. So terrace is intertwined or interlinked with the ecological system. I will bring the experience that I've gained here to the 5th summit for our sector, which is going to be held in Bhutan. So what the future of ecological system will be, what the world will be, the nature will be in the next 10, 20, 50 years, all of this are determined by what we do today, the actions we take today. I totally agree with what Wang Yangming, a great philosopher of ancient China, proposed, that we should integrate knowledge with practice. We should put good knowledge into practice. We should be responsible, shoulder the responsibility to protect these birds. We have already proposed to the provincial government to take the honey terrace as a experience site for the integrated protection mechanism of the mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, grassland, and deserts. Thank you. I welcome all of you to our terrace, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Professor Shi. He takes Yunnan as an example and demonstrated to all of us the good practices in Yunnan province and in China. We know that could you please, we have some questions, could you please talk about, now let's give the floor to Patricia Zurita. She's online.
Thank you, Dr. Zhu. First of all, thank you to the Ministry of Environment and Ecology for hosting this event and for inviting BirdLife International. For those of you who are not familiar with BirdLife is a family of 115 organizations around the world, and we are the oldest partnership for conservation of nature of civil society organizations. As you have heard throughout this session, the Flyway is home to over 200 million people and also to more than 50 million migratory birds. People and birds, as well as many other species, depend on the health of these wetlands. The East Asian Australasian Flyway is the most threatened migratory route of the planet, but also, thanks to this very creative initiative, an extraordinary opportunity to become a new model that brings together nature, climate and development agendas, public and private funding, government, civil society, local communities through a very clever blended finance mechanism that will channel both loans and grants. And also, as we're hearing right now, science and the traditional knowledge and culture of local communities and indigenous peoples who live along the Flyway. Therefore, the initiative, what it's trying to do is use biodiversity conservation and restoration with nature-based solutions and smart, nature-safe development that will help us practically demonstrate how a nature-positive a nature-positive economy can look like in reality, effectively closing the finance gap for nature, as Hank was saying in the video, while enabling people in these areas to be safer, but also to maintain their cultural richness. I would like to recognize the leadership of the Asian Development Bank and celebrate the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership Secretariat as we all together with BirdLife International have built a powerful alliance that is aiming to use the Flyway as an organizing principle to demonstrate that a new economic system, one using nature as the guiding star for development and for enabling local communities to adapt and become more resilient to climate change, is truly possible. Wetlands are incredible ecosystems. You have heard it today, from food security to climate resilience. They don't only sustain a huge amount of biodiversity, but they are critical for human development. They sustain our fisheries, our agriculture, and serve as buffers to the impacts that we are already seeing from climate change. As you just heard before me, they sustain also incredible cultural diversity that needs to be preserved and cherished, and from which we have to learn from. Restoring and protecting wetlands along the Flyway will allow us to channel funding dedicated for the recovery of the pandemic, to create local jobs and reignite the local economies, building green infrastructure, but also promoting nature as a sustainable source of income through ecotourism, safe sources of agriculture, fisheries, and fiber, enabling the effective involvement of local communities in the safeguarding and restoration of these sites, securing their homes and their economies, especially now that we have a changing climate. It has been mentioned through the day and the week, actually, that clear waters and green mountains are as valuable as gold and silver mountains. We couldn't agree more. Healthy wetlands translate into healthy people and healthy birds and biodiversity. We feel that this initiative will allow us to use the conservation and restoration of wetlands across the Flyway over the next 20 years as a demonstration platform to show the region and the world that nature indeed is the tissue that connects us all, that sustains our living, and that will also allow us to survive over time. In collaboration with the ADB's Natural Capital Lab, we hope to use these conservation and restoration experiences to showcase how supporting and protecting natural capital can help us benefit the economy, that it is truly the bottom line of the countries of the Flyway. We are incredibly excited to have this initiative being launched today and in the framework of the Conventional Biological Diversity Conference of the Parties today, and stand incredibly committed to bring many other partners like the Paulson Institute and the Global Environment Facility, but many other private and public donors, the BirdLife family across the Flyway, and many local civil society organizations.
还有一些其他的一些当地的社区，还有一些当地的人们，我们大家的生活生计都是取决于这个湿地，所以对于
project that we know will help us show that putting nature at the heart of development is not only possible but urgent and necessary for our survival now and in the future. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for believing in this initiative.
好，谢谢
Thank you, Madam Zorita. Thank you all for your wonderful sharing with us. You have talked about the importance of the protection of wetland with the joint efforts on the migrating birds routine. For me, I like to wish the success of EAFP with the great success. Now I like to give the speaker to Mr. Ecological.
Thank you very much. To Shu, a most interesting panel recognizing the great potential of this imaginative and promising initiative of wetland conservation. We would like to make sure that future generations can certainly appreciate the rich and wide diversity of birds that we were able to see over our lifetimes. Now, I'd like to turn to the final session, and for that, I'd like to invite Rob Kaler, Chairman of the East Asian Australasian Flyway, to provide final remarks to this session 3 of Theme Forum 2 through a pre-recorded video. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rob Kaler, Chair of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership and the U.S. Representative to the EAFP. It's my great pleasure to deliver brief closing remarks at the launching event of the Asian Development Bank's Regional Flyway Initiative. I thank all the distinguished participants for your constructive and cooperative engagement to kick off the great journey of the initiative today. I also congratulate the Chinese government for hosting the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. I thank the Asian Development Bank for its work to develop this financing mechanism in consultation with a large range of stakeholders. The East Asian Australasian Flyway encompasses 22 countries from Australia and New Zealand through Southeast Asia, East Asia, onto the Russian Far East and Alaska. Thus, our flyway reminds us to put aside our myriad of differences in order to effectively implement our shared vision to conserve over 900 wetlands, safeguard the 50 million migratory water birds of more than 220 species. The restoration and maintenance of ecological connectivity in the flyway are essential for migratory water birds, as it plays a functional role in the completion of their migratory cycles and ultimately their survival. The East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership provides a framework to cooperate between the range of countries and stakeholders to manage a flyway network of the important sites to conserve migratory water birds and their habitats. Our approach to the restoration of healthy wetland ecosystems maximize co-benefits for shared biodiversity and the livelihoods of local people. As the chair of the EAFP, it's my honor to join this amazing breakthrough with ADB and BirdLife International through the Regional Flyway Initiative. This regional financing mechanism will be key to achieving the objectives of the EAFP's strategic plan. The initiative will support the scaling up for conservation efforts by our partners for the conservation of wetlands by mainstreaming the flyway approach in regional and national agendas. I also look forward to the contribution of RFI to low carbon development and enabling climate adaptation to sensitive wetland systems. We will expand the knowledge base of climate change impacts on water birds and their habitats. And also through the RFI, it will enhance and promote full and effective participation of the local communities, women and youth, as they are key stakeholders when we talk about building back a better future for all of us. The Regional Flyway Initiative is a long-term commitment that will take enormous efforts and support from government, development partners, and civil society. Every bold step we make in safeguarding our flyway, we recognize that we are safeguarding shared properties, a shared planet, and shared biodiversity. Our ambitious outcomes discussed today can only be achieved when we work together. So before I end my speech, I want to express my gratitude by thanking ADB, BirdLife International, and our EAFP partners, and everyone here today, as we're all stakeholders that are accountable for our next steps. I look forward to working with our partners in ADB in making a better world for migratory water birds and humankind. I wish you an inspiring and enjoyable evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob Kaler.
Thank you.
Successfully concluded. Many thanks to my co-moderator, Dr. Xu, and our wonderful speakers today. Now, I give the floor to the Nanjing Institute of Environmental Sciences for the closing remarks. Thank you.
好，谢谢。前面3个环节我们已经顺利结束。
Thank you. We are now move on to the last session. That is, we're going to invite a closing remark from Zhao Keqiang, the Director General of Nanjing Institute of Environmental Societies, NIES. Respected guests, our dear leaders, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to say good evening, right? Thank you. I'd like to come up with some important remarks that could be shared for us for this very sub-theme is about to close. We'd like to thank all our dear leaders, our dear guests, both online and offline, gathering here to enjoy our great event with a half-day in-depth discussion and exchange. With the concerted efforts, this Subforum has witnessed great success. Hereby, I'd like to thank our respected leaders, our distinguished guests for your wonderful speech and wonderful presentation. We also would like to thank our distinguished guests for your sharing with us to present us a wonderful Subforum. Also, we'd like to thank the co-organizers for your wonderful efforts, your great work with all those efforts that are being presented, as well as our interpreters. Thank you for your hard work. You have presented us with the success for this Subforum. All these have guaranteed the success of this great event. Also, I'd like to thank every one of us. We can see that it has been 5 hours for this Subforum, so it's been very grateful for us for the biodiversity as well as those achievements. I would not like to repeat again. In the last, I like to say to come up with a consensus that is with the challenge in the decrease of biodiversity, the humankind with our community of shared future. For any organization, institution, enterprise, and individual, we are not supposed to separate ourselves from such possible hazard. For us, as for the Subforum of COP15 conference, we are featuring the biodiversity conservation about those philosophies that need to be adopted. We have elaborated on how to high in-depth platform design, as well as those improvements in the systems and the guidance of those concerted efforts from different shareholders. We have elaborated on these different topics, and we have achieved great consensus. We like to come up with the summary as that we need to provide funding. The next is we need to come up with different systems. The next is that we need to provide various transformation efforts. The next is that we need to strengthen our bilateral dialogue and communication as well as cooperation so as to coordinate efforts from different aspects, including the financing sectors, etc. As we can see that during the COP15 conference, due to the sub-forums, there are 12 sub-forums which have been compressed into 7. Even though the content is not reduced for us for this sub-forum, we are sorry for the delay in these sub-forum. That suggests that for those attendees, we do have a lot to share with every one of us. we like to say that eco-civilization is a very important topic for us to look at. It is also a great vision we're trying to present to the future. While we are now working on biodiversity conservation with this great time, we hope that for every one of us who love nature, who cherish life, can work together, we can try to reverse the deterioration of such unfavorable situations and try to present us with a shared bright future. We'd like to thank you for your support and also your care. Hope to see you again in Kunming next year. Also, as the director of the Nanjing Institute of Environmental Sciences, MEE, we'd like to invite every guest, every friend of us to visit us, and we can exchange our thoughts and ideas relating to biodiversity conservation so as to come up with high initiative on high quality development, and we can talk about the possibility for further cooperation. Also, I look forward to the very English journal that are being co-organized. We can see the presenting and wonderful sharing of your research results. Thank you. I'd like to declare the success of this subforum. Thank you.